Hold on, Frazier. Hold on, good buddy. Yeah, it's so funny. I went to check my messages on my alt account and then I started the live like a dumbass. Okay, yeah, I'm so glad somebody told me my live was on my backup account. Listen, the older I get, the more of those things I do, unfortunately. But thank you for whoever said that to me. There he is, Dark Man. Thank you very much. Yeah, hi again. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I did not know. I was checking my messages on my other account. And just so if anybody doesn't know, I have a bunch of videos that I did on my backup account at some point to try to get people to go over there and check them out. So if you get a chance to watch the videos on that backup account, it's Truth Seeker 670. So there's some good videos. Speaking of videos, though, I got one community guideline violated, and it had been up for a while. It'd been up for like almost 15 days or something like that. And it basically said that, the Zios are, basically people who support that movement, I think are, it's problematic that they're supporting what we're seeing as, WAR crimes, right? And so I mentioned that. I said they're bad people for supporting that. And of course, I guess I was lumping too many people together. Fair enough. I think that's fair criticism. I appealed it. Hello, Lalam 2.0. How you doing? So we shall see. Let me see if I can invite some other people. By the way, if you all could be kind enough to tap on my face, just if you don't mind, just do it for like 30 seconds. I know it's not a pain. It's a pain in the ass, because especially if you're not near your phone. SoCal Smitty asked us this morning to do that, and so I just started tapping on my phone. I try to practice what I quote unquote preach, right? So someone says you requested emails and you don't respond. You are afraid and ignorant. Hey, Allah of Israel, listen. Just to let you know, the type of emails that are coming through are ones like, you're a moron. Why don't you understand this? I'm not going to respond to stuff like that. I mean, would you? That's not very, conciliatory and very, collegial. So you're entitled to your point of view, and I understand the point of view. I've heard it many times. And listen, unlike yourself, when I say something to someone who disagrees with me, I don't come at them that way. I come at them with something like this, like, hey, I understand your point of view. Would you be open to considering this? Is it possible that you see it differently? And is there a reason why I've reached the conclusions I have? I also like to ask people, how did you arrive at the conclusions that you have? Because in many cases, I opened with this on the other channel, mistakenly. I said that and again, I know this sounds condescending, and even in my country this goes on. It's not just Israel, of course. The whole Western system has elements of this, but I would say it's most prevalent from my observation in the state of Israel, as well as other places in the Zionist community where Zionism is emphasized as, part of the Jewish experience. And I thought about it this morning as I was walking my dog. I just want to be totally straight with you, because a lot of times people will say then to me that you must not like Jewish people. You're against Jewish people. You support the H group. You support what happened on the 7th. You're for, graping and hostage and all those things, right? I'm not for any of those things to anybody. But I want to make a clear distinction. I'm not against the establishment of a Jewish homeland at all. Because I think it's really important, especially given the historical injustices that have happened to Jewish people. There's been a lot of anti-Semitism. There was the horrific Final Solution in Germany, which is, I can't even imagine. I can't relate to what that must feel like. I mean, my grandparents weren't affected by something like that. So to that extent, I feel terrible that people went through that. And I would say never again, too, if my forefathers had experienced that. I mean, horrific, right? So I'm empathetic to all those things. The point that I try to raise, and I know there's a lot of arguments about this, but the state of Israel came into existence somewhat based on historical claims of, the land was given to a certain group of people, but that's a difficult claim to make because others can make the same claim, biblically or otherwise, right? Those who preceded the kingdom of David in the land of quote-unquote Israel. So, the fact that historic Palestine was the agreed upon name for the territory post the Roman Empire, and look at all the maps, look at any map, 1875 through 1948, and it's called Palestine. In fact, even the only female prime minister of Israel, Golda Meir, there's an interview with her on YouTube. I have it saved in my directory here. And she says to a British interviewer, she says, no, the land that I lived in from, the Mediterranean Sea to the east bank of the Jordan River and over to the Euphrates was Palestine. I'm from Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. I carried a Palestinian passport from 1921 to 1948. So that's not somebody like me or some other observer. That's the Prime Minister of Israel, the former Prime Minister, saying to a British interviewer, this is the reality of what was in place. There was administration, there was culture, there was all sorts of things that were there. This old statement that, the Palestinians can't develop anything, all they want to do is hurt people, it's absurd. So I think any of us, to be fair, have to study the legitimate history of any conflict in any situation and just look at what happened. And I think a lot of people can't bring themselves to that, like the whole thing that happened in the establishment of a Jewish homeland. Again, I'm all for a place for any group that they're free from persecution. But to make the argument, whether it's through the Herzl angle of Zionism with support and funding from other folks from Europe, and that's where people came to push the Zionist movement, from Europe. Let's face it, that's where it came from. It wasn't pushed initially and primarily by indigenous residents. In fact, the indigenous Jewish population, go back and Google it, was very, very small from 1875 through 1915. Very small. And then it skyrocketed because of the push for Zionism, and it changed the demographics of the region dramatically. That's what led to some of the unrest, not the violent nature of Palestinians or Arabs, which is often what it's coined as. So I think most people who look at this are not against Jewish people. That's the key determinants. When people are critical of Zionism, what we're saying is that it's not about criticism of establishment of a safe place for Jewish people. What we're saying is that the way it was done, how it was done, who got harmed as it was done, was not fair. It was unjust. And as I always like to say, and again, I know I'm kind of going on here, anybody's in the guest queue, but I just want to make it clear that what I oppose is the harm that were brought to a number of people, and it was no fault of their own, right? Just as if you and I were living somewhere, I'm from the United States, and if somebody showed up at my doorstep and says, hey, you got to go. This other group, the Canadians, say that we're carving out this territory for the Mexican people, and you got to go. That's just, we're deciding that. Tough luck, we're in charge, you got to go. How possibly is that fair? And the question is, this is what I like to ask. I never get an answer to this. Would you or your family want to endure that? Yes or no? I never get an answer. No one ever answers that, because you know why? Because there is no valid response to that other than to be sympathetic and say, yeah, you're right. You know what? And those people who are intellectually consistent and honest, who happen to be Israeli, Jewish, or Jewish people outside of Israel, who have taken a close look at the actual history, and they have to admit, if they're being fair, yeah, I agree, I wouldn't want that to happen to me. And then the more they look into it, the more they realize that how much more of injustice has happened to people who are of Arab descent, Christian, Palestinian, Muslim, or Jewish. There are people that are Jewish Palestinians, believe it or not. So I know it's very sensitive because it relates to the historical persecution. I'm with you on that, and I feel badly for the fact that that's happened, and it is unfair. So I empathize completely with that. I'm an empathetic person. I don't just take one side for no reason. The reason I take the side of the Palestinians is because they're the ones that have been dealing with persecution since then. It's really ironic, in my opinion, that the forefathers of the very Jewish people who believe in Zionism, where the state was created in that particular location, so that's what it is, are supporting policies that are very similar to the direct persecution that happened to their grandparents. So it's almost like, hey, when it serves our purposes, it's justified because this is our land. But when it serves somebody else's purposes of them wanting to do what they want, it's completely vilified. I think that's inconsistent. So I think that's why I say people who support Zionism, who support what the state of Israel is doing, are bad people. Because anybody who supports harming others without restriction because it serves your interest are bad. I agree with that. If the tables, I always say this too, to be totally fair, I think, by the way, your name is very, call yourself that of Israel is really, it's a slight. I think if anybody reversed that name and called themselves that, you wouldn't find it very pleasant if you're Jewish. So I'm not going to say your name. I'll just call you A of I. How about that? So A of I is making the claim that I'm not responding to their emails. There's a reason why. It's not because I'm afraid to engage in the content of the discussion. If somebody says, hey, you have no idea what you're talking about, why are you wrong? Asking about my childhood, for crying. What is it about your childhood that makes you think listen, I evolve like any human being, and we all evolve differently, right? But being open to new information, I think, is a good sign of a critical thinker. And that's all I really believe that I am. I'm not, for any reason, because of ethnicity or religion, I could give a shit, quite frankly. And if this was Ethiopians and Somalis and the same dynamic, I would give the same analysis. It has nothing to do with Jewish people. Okay? It's about what's fair and what's not. Now, is this the only time it's happened in history where people have been dispossessed of land? Of course not. Happened in my country. Doesn't make it right. And the fact that it's happening right now is why I chime in on that more than I do on things that happened. Now, you can say that's hypocritical, and you know what? You're right. It's absolutely fair to be critical of that. And I'll take that criticism. You're right. Why would I stay in a land, or anybody for that matter, who doesn't like these things happening to others, the dispossession of land and unaliving of others? Why would they remain there? Why wouldn't they do something to actively right the wrong? Fair enough. That's a good point. I have no rebuttal. So just like people who are doing it to the Palestinians have no rebuttal either. So fair is fair, right? Yes, you're right. So in fairness, I should move out. The difference between the two situations is one has happened in recent history, one is very, very past history. And I can't go back 7 generations and tell my forefathers, hey, don't do this. Don't do this. This idea of manifest destiny where you're going across the continent and you're pushing people out who have lived there for multiple generations, that's wrong. W-R-O-N-G. For our purposes, our benefit, our forefathers did that and subjugated others, moved them off their land, unalived most, pushed the rest into these terrible reservations, and it persists to this day, and that community has tons of problems. And that is terribly unfair and should be rectified by any means that I don't know how to do it. Politically, it's very hard to get anything done nowadays. So I don't know what I individually can do other than work on the defragmentation of the system that maintains power in my country to try to allow for everything to be modified that need to be, including that issue. Same thing with people who were brought here as slaves. Right? It's a fair point to raise that people deserve some sort of consideration, whatever form it may take, for that historical injustice, right? That's a fair point to bring up. If I was African American, I'd be like, fuck yeah. You brought my people here. It ripped them out of their place. You treated them terribly. Most died on the way over, and many who got left over were left in this terrible situation between slavery and then emancipation and the Jim Crow era, where people were terribly mistreated. And even today, there's a systemic undertone that persists. Right? All fair points to raise. So I have to take the criticism on all those things. I'm a white man of privilege, and I sit on the other side of a lot of these things for which I deserve criticism. That's fair. I'll take all that. The question is, why are others who are in a similar situation that's currently ongoing, not ancient history, the current dispossession of land and unaliving others, very similar to what we went through, there's many speaking out against it, why won't you? I know it benefits people with whom you agree with the establishment of a homeland. I get that, and I don't think that's wrong to want that for your people. But the question is, at what cost to others? Right? If you disagree in principle with it happening to your forefathers, which I think is fair, why is it now that you don't follow that principle and you're willing to support behavior that's vilifying others, that thinks of them as less than, that's pushing them off their land, unaliving them, mistreating them horribly, ad nauseum? And yes, they've resisted. I get that. No one wants to have an attack on them. Even no matter what the backstory is, you don't want to be attacked because you don't want your people to be on. I totally get that. And I'm very sympathetic for the civilians who got caught up in that, because that's not fair. There are a lot of questions around how, who, and where, what happened to people that day. And there's mounting evidence that many of the actual civilians that were at the dance party or in the kibbutzim were not unalived by the H group. Now, was it because they went in there that there was unaliving going on? Absolutely. But for example, if they're holed up inside of a house with 5 or 6 residents and there's 2 H group members in the house, just like in one of these residential buildings in Gaza, there may be in fact a person from the H group. But to unalive 67 people and take down the building to get one person, that's not an adjudication. That's not a decision according to international law that one can make. That's it. That's how it works. I didn't make the rules. This is what the international community has agreed upon as far as what's fair and what's not. Now you may say, well, whatever, dude, we're going to do what we want because they attacked us and there's no more conversation to be had. Okay, you can go with that argument. But most people in the world who are seeing this from the outside in disagree wholeheartedly, including myself. And they see it as disproportionate, and they see it as self-serving and hell-bound and maniacal. And the reason they're emotionally responding the way they are is because we're now seeing it with our own 2 eyes. We're feeling the suffering of others. We're seeing the unalivedness of women, of children, of innocent men. And therefore, we feel like it needs to stop. Understanding that the Israeli government has a legitimate claim when it comes to resisting the very people who perpetrated this. I think that's a fair point. And they want to eliminate that threat or have safety. But politically, everything needs to be solved at a political level. Violence is a means to political solution. Okay? It's not the end. And this argument that the H group or members of the community in Gaza or the West Bank somehow have this abject hatred for Jewish people in general, that's absurd. I've talked to many, many people about this issue and asked them, hey, what's the deal here? Is this a common thought among the population for the people you know and love in your community? No, absolutely not. Their argument is with the harm that came to their forefathers as well as the harm that continues to come based on the occupation of the West Bank and the blockade that's been imposed in Gaza. Period, full stop, that's it. They just want to have their own autonomy. They want their own situation, just as you wanted, right? And some people do believe that they want to rectify the entire territory such that when they say from the river to the sea, they don't mean to push Jewish people into the Mediterranean Ocean. What they mean is let's reestablish the territorial standards that were in place during historic Palestine before this wrong occurred. That's it. That is it. That is it. Trust me. People do not. Now, are there people at the extremes of the H group, maybe some of the leaders or the loud talkers, as well as those in Israel who are the loud talkers like the far right, the Bezalel Smotriches, the Itamar Ben-Gvirs, the Benjamin Netanyahus, and others? Are they the maniacs too? Do they look down on the other because they just feel they're superior? Yes, that tendency exists in small numbers on every side of every issue in every country. But it's not the majority. It's the vast minority. And to somehow ascribe that belief to the entire community because there was an election, 17 years ago, after which there's been no political change in the location, half the people who were living there weren't even alive when that election took place, and to somehow lump them into a big bucket calling them H group supporters is insane. Just like in Israel, everyone doesn't support the Netanyahu government. In fact, most people right now don't. They're just waiting for this conflict to subside before they get them the hell out of power. I've heard that in talking to a lot of Israelis and people who support the Israeli position. So I understand both sides of the argument. So for you to come at me with this email bullshit and say, why aren't you answering? I'm answering right now. Okay, I'm doing it to save a lot of time typing. Okay, in fairness. So I've given the humanity-based answer on both sides, which I think is reasonable. But if the dynamics do change and the Israeli governing apparatus, just as it was headed to with Yitzhak Rabin before he was assassinated, does move in the direction of peace in earnest, with fair and open and honest negotiations, unlike the ones that have happened, which were unfair and not in good faith, because no one's going to take a rotten deal. If you offer them a deal that doesn't include their own autonomy and their own security, would you take that deal? If you were on the other side of this, would you want to have somebody else still control you, even though you may have swapped some land out of the way? And maybe it's not even the best of land, but in terms of the actual acreage, it's more. But and they say, why don't they just take that deal? That's a good deal. No, it isn't. If I talk about this all the time. My mom used to do this. I think it's fair. She would say, hey, kids, there's one piece of cake left. If you two want to have it, let's split it down the middle. Somebody gets to cut it. The other person gets to choose. That's a fair deal, right? But you offer somebody a sliver of the cake on the very end that's been sitting out in the garden for 2 weeks getting moldy, and you say, why won't you take the piece of cake? What's wrong with you? Don't you like cake? That's not a fair negotiation, right? It's got to be something that works for both parties. Everybody gives up some, and everybody gets a result that they can live with. And what the people want of Gaza and in the West Bank is a place of their own with autonomy. Whatever form it takes, it's got to be reasonable. And we got to figure out the settlement thing, because that's a big logistical problem. 700,000 plus people who now live there, most of whom, by the way, did not come from Israel. They came from the United States and elsewhere with bonus pay to go there, with incentives, right? I don't think it's reasonable to expect that 700,000 people, unlike the withdrawal of the smaller population in 2005 from Gaza, it's not going to be easy to do that, right? That's politically untenable no matter who it is. If you're 700,000 people in established communities and homes, and even though it's on property that you took, that you claim you won in an offensive war that you claim is a preemptive necessary thing based on some sort of perceived attack or pending attack, the international community says, no, we're not buying that shit. And most people in the Israeli government at that time have spoken to that fact. Do some reading, you'll find out that was used as an excuse, a precursor, just like the U.S. used WMD in Iraq. Same exact thing. So to claim that territory is yours, per se, to occupy it and claim you own it, even if you did own it officially, let's say no one from the UN, let's say it was an attack from these other, quote, Arab countries, and you did do what you had to do to defend yourself, and then you occupied it, well, then it's an apartheid system. Because you have roads that Palestinians can't travel on. You have villages in which Palestinians can't walk. You have a different standard of living in terms of water availability, access to different forms of movement. There are checkpoints for Palestinians that don't exist for Israelis. How's that fair? Now, you can claim security on the border or on the edges of settlements, fair enough, even as far as you're just looking at it purely from a security standpoint, but that's not what gets done. If you really honestly want to know what's going on and you don't want to keep saying things based on not knowing the full story, which I hope you will, most people should be critical thinkers if you're going to have a chance at being, having an awareness of the history as far as the current events. People in the West Bank suffer greatly because of what has been imposed there by the Israeli occupation. It's not just like there's a border guard that makes sure you can't cross the border with the separation barrier. There are things that go on there that no human being would want to be subjected to ever. Not only once or twice, but for decades on end, since 1967. So if you wouldn't want it to happen to you, why are you okay supporting a regime that's doing it to others decade after decade, right? So the only solution to eliminating resistance groups, whether it's the H group or Islamic Jihad or whatever the hell it is, wherever it may be, is to stop imposing your will on them and give them some autonomy in return for security guarantees. That's it. And I don't believe the governments of Israel have negotiated in good faith because they say they want a, quote, path to peace, but none of the offers they make indicate a desire for peace. Let me give you an example with evidence, okay? Donald Trump, during his term from 2016 to 2020, met with both the Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu, the current prime minister at that time. And what Donald Trump said, and you may think Donald Trump's a moron who doesn't tell the truth ever, okay? But he has no reason to lie about this. He said when he met with Abbas, he was like a father figure. This is a recording. You can look it up. And he said he was very nice, very kind, very willing to discuss whatever range of possible solutions there may be to attain something close to what I just described, okay? That's called negotiating in good faith. Right? You'll bend, you'll do things, because the most important thing is autonomy. You don't want to have to attack somebody. Why would you want your people to unalive when you can get a result through political solution, right? Why would you? Of course, we're humans. We want to live in peace. It's not an abject hatred of Jewish people and a desire to completely eliminate them. And if you look at the H Group's revised charter, again, this is just more evidence to refute these sort of comments that come out commonly. Yes, in 1988, there was language in their original charter based on the current operational structure of the H Group, the more militant entity, said, yes, we want to remove people from historic Palestine, including those who established the Zionist movement, because they just lumped them into a bucket. That's wrong, in my opinion. But they revised the charter, and good to them for doing it. Now, I'm not saying I support the group and the more militant activity. I think it has pros for the Palestinian, but a lot of cons that have harmed them, right? And who knows where that line stands right now. Maybe there's more political change that will help benefit the process. Maybe not. I think time will tell that. But they don't want to go into Israel and remove everybody. They realize that the fact, politically speaking and realistically speaking, that these 1967, pre-1967 borders, not after the quote-unquote defensive attack, which really wasn't, they want to let UN 242 be implemented so that the Israeli military dismantles the checkpoints, moves their military out of what they now call Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. And then after those borders are maintained, that the Palestinians need to be given their own autonomy, their own freedom of movement, their ability to have defensive protective measures, whatever they may be, whatever the agreement says, but being completely disarmed and have no ability other than things that can be smuggled in to defend themselves against incursions by Israelis, just as Israel doesn't want incursions by Palestinians. Well, fair is fair. You need to be able to defend yourself within your borders, not outside them, right? Fair enough. And mobility. But the only airport that existed in Gaza, the Israelis destroyed. So there is no ability for them to travel. It's been a complete blockade by air, by land, by sea. And they occupy the southern border of the border crossing. So it's not a free ride to Egypt, so to speak. So to say that why hasn't Egypt taken them in? Or why haven't the Arab countries taken them in? They can't leave. Not only can't they leave, but it's going to cause disruption for these other countries, just like it's doing in the United States. So it's not as simple to snap your fingers and just say, take risks. Not to mention, the people want to stay. They've already been dispossessed of most of their land historically from their forefathers. They fled as refugees or were forced out at a gun. They end up settling in this small strip of land as well as the area between the Jordan River and the pre-1967 borders. And they lost their land. They lost all the things, their homes, and they resettled all that disruption. And then it keeps happening. What would you do if that was happening persistently over the course of, 55, 60 years? I ask you, what would you do? Would you sit back and just take it in perpetuity? They've tried peaceful marches. They've tried peaceful demonstrations. They've tried peace negotiations. None of it's worked. So what would you do? Just continue to take it? If you were in the Warsaw Ghetto, being horribly mistreated by the Third Reich and funneled into this horrific system they put together, would you resist it? Well, some Jewish people did. Does that make them T-words, according to the German? Yeah. How dare they resist? How dare they harm our people, right? That's an attack on the German, whatever you want to talk about it. But if you're Jewish and you see these people are being horribly persecuted, obviously it's justified, right? Well, why the hell isn't it justified here? How can you make the argument that these people should sit back and just take their fate and let Israel just run roughshod over them, right? That's a fair question. So those who analyze this, who are objective, and I hope to be objective, I can't say I'm perfectly objective. Nobody's perfect, right? But I've tried to look at this from both sides as best I can from 1989 until now, which is when I learned about this. And for those who don't know my story, I'll just talk real quickly. My name's Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran, U.S. citizen. I served in the first Persian Gulf War from 1990 to 1991. I was on the front lines in a tank unit, and I've seen combat. It's horrible. Trust me, war is the worst thing ever. It's just nobody wins. Trust me. As far as the people involved in it, the political side of it's different. But, it's easy as a political person if you're 60 and sitting in a condominium somewhere enjoying life to send somebody who's 18 to their fate, right? That's an easy thing to do. Lindsey Graham, for example. So anyway, I learned about this in college, as I said, just before I left for the Army. A classmate of mine just happened to do a project for her senior thesis on the First Intifada, which took place in 1987. It was a big uprising because people can only take subjugation for so long. Eventually it boils up and boom, they just have to express their anger and frustration. It just boils over into, physicality, right? Because you're so frustrated. So if I learned that, I didn't know any of what was going on in the West Bank or Gaza. And at the time, by the way, there was still a central authority between the West Bank and Gaza. Now that changed when there was a fragmentation of that, by the way, funded by the Israeli government, covertly, to try to create a break between the two factions and divide and conquer. Netanyahu said it publicly. He said the number one priority to not allow a two-state solution to continue is to fund the H group, to create political division between the people. Anytime a group is divided, just like Democrats and Republicans in our country, they can't coalesce and push against the power structure. Same thing with that, right? So in terms of analyzing this, if people ignore that, what I just laid out, and they say, oh, it's our security that matters and they only want to be violent towards us, you're being disingenuous. And you either don't know it, which is sad if you've been plied with propaganda your whole life and given a one-sided story, which is, by the way, what I had been given, which is why I was so shocked at what I found out when I was in college. So there we are, and here we are right now because of the attack. Well, the Israelis have had this huge disproportionate response, claiming that once and for all they have to eliminate the very possibility that they run into this again. Whereas having a political solution obviously makes sense. There will never be an end to resistance as long as there's something to resist. So a political solution, absence, control by somebody, and subjugation is untenable. There will always be people that are going to fight against that are willing to. It's the way it is. Look at the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. There were people in that group that said, no effing way. We're going to die on our feet, not on our knees. Right? And I don't blame them for doing that. I think they were justified to do it, just as I feel the resistance movement, not necessarily the specific tactics or outcomes on civilians, but the fact that resistance was used as a tool to try to gather hostages, to leverage the people that have been, by the way, taken to Israeli prisons from mostly the West Bank and put in prison indefinitely, just like Guantanamo Bay. Why should they be in that situation? They're not all T-words. And yes, if somebody does a knife attack or some sort of, ramming with a car, okay, that is an act of aggression and violence that may be considered to be criminal in nature. So I can kind of understand that justification. But taking somebody out of their home at 3 a.m. because they know a brother who did something like that in their car, and so therefore they're just going to take the whole damn male part of the family and stick them in jail? No. That's guilt by association and collective punishment. That ain't okay. You wouldn't want it to happen to your citizens, would you? Nope. So why are you doing it to the other? Everything comes back to that. It's subjugation, exploitation, occupation, make people miserable, try to get them to leave, try to break their will, so they'll just go. That's what's going on here. If you're Israeli or you support the Zionist movement, the homeland part is understandable and to be approved and be lauded, to be praised, in my opinion. but not the way it was established because of the harm it caused, and definitely not what has happened subsequent to that, even though there's been legitimate resistance. And I understand the fact that people want to resist, and the fact that people don't want to be harmed from resistance using tactics that unalive civilians. I'm totally with you. If the political process allowed for a different outcome, those things would never happen. They would never happen. So in a way, it is the fault of the very people who sit back and don't force their government through the democratic process to create a situation, and it may be out of their control like it is in my country. A lot of the things the body politic, the citizens want, the constituents, doesn't get done. And how is that a democracy? It's not really. And a lot of that goes on in Israel. There are many people in the country that want peace, that want to have a different setup that will work for both sides so the violence ends. Then the hardliners will say, well, there's no way of communicating with these people. They're violent by nature. We pulled out of Gaza. We, quote unquote, gave them Gaza back in 2005. And then look what they did. All they did was send rockets in. So there's no way for these people, no matter what we give them, they're never going to want anything. They're never going to be able to be happy. That's bullshit. Because what was still going on when they did those things? Why would they do those things? Because they hate Jewish people? Nope. Wrong answer. They resisted continually because of why? Because they're Palestinian brothers and sisters, even if they have a political divide and decide how they want to, regiment themselves, run themselves, resist, not resist, etc. They're still their brothers, and they're still having a common set of goals that they're connected with. And if they're still being exploited simultaneously, even if some little benefit accrued to them in their territory that was better than it was before, not great, they're going to resist still. You have to remove the entirety of the injustice in order for there not to be resistance to it. I think that's common sense. So for you not to acknowledge that, because here's all you have to say. If it was happening to you, what would you want to do? That's all you got to say. That's all you have to say. What would you do? Well, I wouldn't use violence. But you've tried the peaceful process for decades, and nothing has given. Your plight has only gotten worse. The things that are being done to you have been ramped up. More people are being unalived. More territories being taken. More settlements are being built. It's just this slow incursion of slowly removing your people and your identity over time. And you're watching this happen, and you're going, WTF? We've done everything we can to try to march and protest and have our leaders negotiate with the Israelis, and nothing gives. So people say they want peace from the Israeli side in terms of the government, but they never do anything that allows it to happen. And then they blame the other side for saying they don't want peace. I mean, what a racket, right? And I know God off a big rant here. I don't know if anybody in the guest queue. Nobody's in the guest queue. So, listen, I'm expressing myself a little more fervently. When somebody comes on and says, why aren't you responding to my emails? You're a coward. I mean, come on, man. Even with people with whom I terribly disagree, on a one-on-one basis, I never disrespect somebody. Because I believe, like I just said, if political solution is the avenue for peace, you can't be the person to be inflammatory with the other. You have to try to find common ground as best you can. And that's why I take the style that I take. Anybody can yell at somebody and talk over them on a live, right? That's a childish third grade way of communicating. And unfortunately, a lot of people from the Israeli side do that. I've seen it happen. Some do it on the Palestinian side, but way more on the Israeli side. They're rude. They're condescending. They're not open to information. They got it all figured out. It's all the other person's fault. No more conversation to be had. And they're mean-spirited about it, and they're arrogant. And they're arrogant. For those of you who don't know, I had something called sleep apnea. I guess I don't breathe well, and so they're trying to help me with that stuff. Anyway, that's what that's about. So, this is what needs to change. And until that aspect changes, and maybe it's never going to change, maybe the Israeli governing system is always going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing, and then blame the other when they resist as if they're just some maniacs. Maybe that's the plan. I don't know. But the behavior, you don't like to say, you don't believe what somebody says, but you'll always believe what they do. And what is the Israeli government and military doing? Objective reality. More harm, more subjugation, more territory being taken, more people being unalived, huge disproportionate responses to resistance activities. And now they've moved in and physically occupied half of Gaza, saying publicly, Netanyahu said recently, that there will be an indefinite administrative and military presence in Gaza. That's what he said. So what do you think is going to happen? Well, there I believe what he's saying, because it supports the actions that they're doing. Now, that may change politically if he leaves office and some more moderate person comes in, hopefully, And if some country, maybe China, because the Americans aren't going to do it, maybe somebody else can broker a different. The Americans have lost their standing. Let's face it. They're more supportive, and they're no longer an independent arbiter because they're only supporting Israel clearly, right? So where can it go? The Americans they've lost all credibility. Nobody. Just forget those people. They're the enemy to peace, unfortunately. And that's sad for me to say that our leadership in my country are the enemies of peace. They've done a lot of, warlike things over the decades, but now they're just flaunting it. Like, who gives a shit? Vetoes in the UN for ceasefires, vetoes against resolutions that affect Israel. And people argue, maybe correctly, that maybe there's a huge influence that is now permanently embedded in our leadership system, our economic system, such that it's not possible right now, given the structure, to enact these changes and reforms. That's highly possible, right? So I've gone off on a big rant today. I don't mean to be giving a monologue to everybody, but I try to just talk from the heart, and I'm trying to share with you. I feel this deep within me that it's unfair. And that same feeling applies everywhere else in the world where these injustices occur. And every political situation is a little different. But this one's especially egregious because our government, not only are we taking the tax dollars that people work for and pay out of their paychecks, that go to the government, they're using to fund this crazy militarism around the world, Ukraine, Israel, elsewhere. And it's unaliving civilians, women and children, by dropping mostly in half and half unguided munitions. And we know, based on what we saw happening in Beirut, Lebanon, when they took out the supposed senior leader in the H group, that they have every ability to do targeted strikes and avoid civilian casualties. They hit a specific 2-office area of a medium-story building to unalive 5 or 6 people that they wanted to targeted assassination. So we know they have very good specificity with drones and Hellfire missiles. Why aren't they using it in Gaza? The defense minister said, or one of the representatives said, our goal is not precision, our goal is damage. What does that tell you? There you go, right? So they're putting the quiet part out loud, and look what they're doing. Now, there is still resistance, and from the Israeli side, they say, listen, if we gave up our weapons, we would go into the sea, we would be killed, we'd be genocided. But if they give up their weapons, there'll be peace. BS. None of the things that are being done for decades and decades are going to change just because one group puts down their arms. The same stuff's going to go on. What you'll have a cessation of hostilities with somebody still being horribly subjected to the same behavior that's been going on for decades. That's not tenable. How can you expect somebody to make those decisions? That's impossible. And the fact that the other nation states are trying to deal with the government of Israel, despite what they're seeing going on to other Arabs, is disgusting. And the fact that the Palestinian Authority itself is being more conciliatory to kind of get along and go along with this sort of 3-area management of the occupied West Bank is equally disgusting. And if I was in Gaza and I saw all this going on, I'd be like, what the hell's Abbas doing, man? How can he possibly just take this on? At least Yasser Arafat had some balls, and wasn't willing to put up with it. You're never going to get your freedom, just like the U.S. colonists. Let's just take this back to America. Our founding was based on resistance to occupation. Think about it. We're a product of a resistance movement that did all sorts of horrible things to the British. If you don't know that history, which is not talked about in our textbooks, this is the kind of stuff that we just don't hear because it's not flattering. But our resistance people, our patriots, quote unquote, the founding fathers, if you will, they did horrible things to the British. Lots of civilians unalived. Guerrilla tactics being used to attack troops that wasn't a fair fighting, quote unquote. And what did the British call them? Take a guess. Wait for it. I'll just say the word. Sorry, TikTok. Terrorists. So you see the hypocrisy there? If you're on the side of controlling somebody else and they dare fight back, you label them as T-words. Not militants, not fighters, not resistance fighters. But if you do it, you're just managing your situation. You're the peaceful party. No, you're not. You're the one doing most of the violence. That's the problem with this, is that the Israelis just can't see the fact that their government is telling them one story and doing a completely different thing. So for those of you who don't know this, if you're watching from the Israeli perspective, you think I'm a total nut job, there are other people that had that same reaction who happen to support the Zionist movement. And again, I don't criticize the desire to be free from persecution and a safe place people who are Jewish to be where they're free from that. I'll be very clear about that. Because I hold no animosity towards anybody of Jewish, ethnic, or religious background. None. Zero, zilch. This could be Ethiopian, Eritrea, it's same analysis, right? I could give a shit. I don't follow either religion. I don't know anybody in either territory. I'm just an independent observer looking at the power dynamics. That's the difference. Yeah, and here's the thing. Based on the inertia of this right now and the horror show that we're seeing in Gaza and the willingness of the Israeli military and settlers to go what they're doing on steroids in the West Bank, and obviously we're seeing this horrific assault with lots of damage being portrayed as going after militants when in fact it's just absolutely destroying the landscape, and tens of thousands of civilians are being caught up in this. They claim as collateral damage. Most people see it as abject targeting or dropping indiscriminate bombs. Even President Biden said that publicly. You need to stop using indiscriminate bombing tactics. It's not in line with the mission you've stated, right? So with that all laid out, if you're someone who still supports Israel and thinks I'm a kook, another person from America who was told the same kind of things, of course not the extensiveness of this conflict, but the overall pattern of behavior by the Israeli government and their forces and their settlers in the occupied territories over decade after decade. She didn't believe them. They're like, no way, you're propagandized. You're just telling Arab propaganda. You're a Palestinian stooge. And they challenged her to go and see for yourself. Go see for yourself. Don't listen to us. Just go see. Check it out. So she did. She's like, I'm going to show these people they're morons. I'll go document this and tell them that these people are just violent extremists and all they want to do is get Jews unalived. Then she went. And she went to stay in Ramallah for almost 6 months. She stayed with a Palestinian family. And what she saw shocked her. It was way worse in her lived experience, having felt the pain and suffering of the people. And despite that pain and suffering, how kind they remained to her as a Jewish American. If they hated Jewish people, how would they let a Jewish American who supports the Zionist movement into their village, into their homes, take care of them, feed them, have community with them? That doesn't align with the narrative. Right? So this is used by the governing structure as a form of misinformation so that the public supports the policy, not knowing the extent of the devastation and damage that they're causing to the local indigenous population that's further being marginalized by the Zionist movement. Because let's face it, Zionism is not just by the establishment of a unique bordered homeland. It's pushing for more. So I think most people outside can live with the idea of the historical injustice, just like in my country that took place 7 generations ago. The one that took place 2 generations ago is understandably politically, it's a stable, entrenched circumstance. But if we go back to 1967, that's not that long ago. And that's when I was born. It's 50 years ago or so. I'm 56, actually. Sorry, I have to admit that. But that injustice has been further increased by the things that the current continued encroachment and harm towards Palestinians. And most people who find out about it, if they have a conscience, are like, no, this is bullshit, man. Including many Israeli Zionists who grew up with one narrative and then they found out about what I'm talking about and they're like, no, this is wrong, man. Even a son of an Israeli general, a son of an Israeli general in the IDF, realized all this crap and decided, no, this is not right, man. This is not right what's happening to these people. So there's a great documentary, this Jewish girl who went to live in Palestine in the occupied West Bank. Her name is Anna Baltzer. And if you think I'm a bullshitter, check it out for yourself. She's not getting paid by Palestinians or she's not got money coming from Qatar from some tower. She's a Jewish American who believed one thing, whose beliefs were changed based on human experience. So it's called Life in Occupied Palestine. It's on YouTube. It's free to watch. Anna Baltzer, Life on Occupied Palestine. If you think I'm lying to you, go check it out. Anna's a kind person. She's a decent human being who, when she sees the truth, she lives by the truth. It's called Life in Occupied Palestine. Somebody says, Chip's mad because he voted for Biden and he ruined the country. I didn't vote in the election, Shawnee Sean. So yeah, I don't believe in Democrats or Republicans. I'm registered with what's called the Green Party. And, the candidate they put up, it wasn't even worth voting for. In fact, I believe that American elections are a sham. They're a big charade that goes on, a pageantry. They're talking about it right now because we just have what's called the Iowa caucuses. It's like a primary, but you can vote for different candidates. You can't just, it's not just Democrat or Republican. It's sort of open voting. And of course, Donald Trump, took the Republican race. He was like 50%. Everybody else divvied up the rest. So Trump's going to be the nominee. Let's face it. He's taken over the Republican Party. But nope, good try, Shawnee. But nope, I'm not a voter in terms of federal elections. I've kind of given up. I always like to say, I go outside of my building. I stand in the wall. I yell about all the things I'm pissed off about. I go back inside. I actually feel better. And I do more for myself than voting. But if you want to vote, do it. If you believe it's going to be an effective way to achieve change. And even having said that, there are times when I do. If there's a candidate for Senate or for Congress that I think is better than the stooges that are paid off on either party, I'll go vote for them. But that's rarely what's offered to us. We have Cornel West for president, who's a good man. And we have, other people that are probably not as bad, guys like Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. I think Cenk would be much better than anybody else, but they're not going to make, let's just be honest, they're not going to make it, right? Okay, we have some guests. I've laid out a lot of stuff. If you agree, you disagree, especially if you disagree, come on up and talk about it. I'm not going to slam you. I'm not going to be rude to you. I'll let you talk. I'll give you 2-3 minutes. Say anything you want to say. You can even be mean to me. I can take it. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, we'll talk about Gonzalo Lira. If people probably don't know who he is. But okay, we have Jazzy Boo and Dr. Mito. And we'll start with Jazzy. I'll bring Doctor up as well, but we'll start with Jazzy first. So Jazzy, if you're there, I know I talked about that. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, awesome. First, thank you for using this platform to speak to people. I really didn't know about any of this stuff going on until after the 7th of October. I knew that there was a conflict going on because my brother's side of the family is Palestinian, and my brother would always go to Israel. He would talk about like the bombs and stuff being dropped and the sirens, but I didn't know to the extreme that it's been going on.
That's normal.
And
that's most people. Yeah, I understand.
The other thing I fear is how our media is portraying things. I mean, just the language that they've come out with. We now have these resolutions where if you critique Israel, you're considered anti-Semitic, and it really doesn't make sense because I grew up learning about propaganda and then seeing propaganda now. It's just like, it's kind of mind-blowing in a sense. And I know you said that you didn't catch all of the ICJ hearing.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I ended up seeing was if you went to Google and you searched up the ICJ, one of the first things on top was this website that was put out by Israel. And it's, I don't know if you've seen it. It talks about we be the judge or you be the judge. And it talks about how they're the moral army and they're doing their best not to, what's the word? I'm trying not to say
for civilian casualties.
Okay.
Yeah.
They mentioned the hospitals, like they're not bombing hospitals, but we see reports that say 20 out of 22 hospitals are now out of service because of the bombardment. Right. And
yes, correct.
I think it's kind of crazy that Western media is pushing this idea that none of this has actually happened. Even their language, like when it comes to Palestinian kids, they won't call them kids. They'll say young ladies have died. And these are children that are like 10 and younger. And they're calling them like ladies and things like this.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, it's about as bad as it gets. Speaking of Gonzalo Lira, did you know who Gonzalo Lira was by any chance?
I did not, no.
So if you don't mind, I'll just jump on that for a second until we continue our conversation. So for those of you who don't know, this is related to the Ukraine conflict. So Gonzalo Lira is a Chilean-born American citizen, so he has dual citizenship. And Gonzalo had a relationship with someone in Ukraine. So he moved over. He was staying in the Kharkiv region, which is very close to the territories that were, now annexed by Russia. And so he was very publicly talking about the political things from his viewpoint on YouTube and elsewhere. And he was saying things that were highly critical of the Zelensky government, explaining how he came to power and why, who supported him, why he was more of a puppet, and why he was acquiescing to the Western demands like the Americans and the Brits over helping his own people and risking and sacrificing the potential of many of the soldiers, which we've now seen happen. And for that criticism, he was arrested and charged with legitimizing Russian aggression, which is a law that was passed after the conflict began. And Zelensky eliminated all the other opposition political parties, as well as closed a lot of the Christian churches and groups in Ukraine. Most people don't hear this stuff. This is not something that gets carried again on the Western media, given what you just said. And by the way, I've thoroughly studied this conflict and the history of both from the Russian side and the Ukrainian side. So, again, I'm speaking from a point of having done a lot of work. I don't get it all right, but I think I have a good idea through people like Scott Ritter, Colonel Douglas McGregor, a guy named Jackson Hinkle, who did a good job covering it, and Eva K. Bartlett, who was in the Donbass, which is the eastern region of Ukraine. These are people on the ground. Patrick Lancaster, who has a wife from Ukraine as well. Again, just people on the ground, right? The reality of what's going on. So Gonzalo, getting back to him, he was arrested and released on bail, and he had a trial coming up for this, and he was almost certainly going to be found guilty, and with a proposed 9-year sentence in a work camp, which would be brutal and probably going to die there. So Gonzalo tried to flee the country, and he did a video saying he was, just on the edge of the border to, I think, Romania. And so he wasn't able to make it through the border. That's the last we heard from him. And supposedly he got picked up and, of course, incarcerated. And then we just heard he was in there for 8.5 months. And we just heard that he passed away. He had been a heavy smoker, and he had some sort of pulmonary problems that weren't being treated by the medical system inside of the Ukrainian prison system. And he wrote a note. The last thing we've heard from him was a note to his sister saying what he was experiencing, a double pulmonary something or other, and some other problems that he wasn't being treated for, and he died. So it's a sad story of someone who used free speech in a place where they then, criminalized free speech. And he was picked up, put in jail, and then he died. Just like Julian Assange from WikiLeaks, who hasn't died yet, but is in terrible conditions in Belmarsh in the UK. And he's been subjugated to, arrest within the Ecuadorian embassy for a long time, 6 or 7 years, and now he's been in British prison for 4 years. So, just bad stuff. This is what the Western imperial nations do when somebody speaks truth to power. They try to stop them, especially if they have a bigger audience like Gonzalo had. Anyway, I'm sorry to put that out there and step on what we're talking about, but that's Gonzalo Lira. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss? I'm happy to hear anything you want to talk about.
So with the ICJ, US and UK will probably end up vetoing, more than likely if they haven't already. Do you think other nations should form a coalition of militaries to help the Palestinians?
Well, that would be ideal, obviously, but they have their own considerations, and there's going to be a lot of blowback for that, right? A lot of risks. So, but getting back to what you said about the ICJ, so just to let you know, the UN, which is the body of nations that works together with both the non-permanent members and the permanent members of the Security Council, 5 of which have veto power, and they rotate through as far as who's the head of different, committees and whatever they call them, commissions and stuff like that. That's where veto power is like. The ICJ will have findings that they'll either be convictions or not convictions. That can't be vetoed by the U.S. But in terms of enforcement of those convictions, that can be politically or militarily impossible to actually go and get the leaders that have been convicted. So now, as far as to answer your other question, it'd be great from a moral standpoint and from a practical standpoint for people that want to see the harm that's happening to the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. Yes, it's going to take military intervention. That's the only thing that seems to be what might stop what we're seeing. But, look at Egypt. They're run by the nations are run by people that are more conciliatory for their own political or other reasons. First of all, letting refugees into any country is very, very difficult to manage. Imagine right now, wherever you live, 2.3 million people pour into your city or town. Just imagine that, how much, just all the stuff, you gotta live somewhere, they gotta eat, they gotta have, it's just a big disruptive thing. So for that reason alone, it's a tough choice for the governments to make. But on top of that, they understand that if they create a release valve for either Gaza or the West Bank, people will be shoved through that valve and never be allowed in. It's a one-way valve. So in that regard, they're kind of doing the Palestinians a service by not enabling the exit of people from their territory. However, the power structure that exists militarily and politically on the world stage would make it very, very difficult to avoid a massive regional conflict breaking out. If they put together a group of countries, let's say it's a Syrian, Lebanese, Jordanian, Egyptian, whatever you want to call it, a consortium, and they go militarily in. Well, we've seen in the past what happens in different wars when they've tried to go into Israel. Israel's military back in the day was much better than it is now, especially for ground forces, but they still have substantial air power. And with the U.S. backing of aircraft carriers, missile systems, etc., it could be a difficult fight, depending upon how it plays out. So for all those reasons, they're sort of trying to figure out, okay, do we, don't we? And then you add in the leaders like the King of Jordan and the situation with what's going on. Syria is occupied. They have Russian troops. They have jihadist groups. It's a huge civil war. And Assad is staying in power by a thread with what's going on. And their country's occupied by the U.S. and it's a disaster for them. So they're not as powerful. It's difficult for them to mobilize. And the Israelis keep bombing their airport in Damascus. Right? So the Air Force of Israel is the big deterrent because they can destroy a lot of infrastructure and targets, which will really harm the countries. And the leaders could be deposed if the people get upset or worse. And financially, it's very difficult to manage war because it's very expensive. So these are all the things that float through their head, plus the diplomatic relationships that'll be severed if they do it, and the commerce. There's companies too in these places, right? So it all goes together into the considerations. And because of all that, it's just a little too much for them to bite off right now. It's a bitter pill to swallow because they're even Turkey, for example. President Erdogan is watching this with horror. He doesn't want this to occur, but again, he's stuck in that same sort of position. And he's a NATO member. Fragile. They shouldn't be in NATO, but they are. It's sort of like, it's like a Republican who now votes Democrat or vice versa, but they're still in their old party. Same kind of thing. So does that cover enough of that, or is there other stuff you want to talk about as far as that goes?
There was a few other things.
Do you think that they could end up bleeding up dry with how much military support they would actually send over to Israel? And the other thing I've heard is we've sent 10,000 American military to go fight for Israel.
Well, it's undetermined what the purpose is right now, but they've been given a 1-year deployment to the region. So in many cases, they're reserves that sit there ready to go onto the ground, and they'll probably stay in Israel. Some may go in, some units among them may go in and supplement the forces in Gaza. But, the majority of them will probably be staging and preparing it just in case this does blow up like we talked about. That's my guess.
All right, that makes sense. Clear things out.
And you asked one more question about something about some other kind of support or something like that, or was that tied to what you just said?
But the other thing I wanted to talk about was like October 7th. I get this comment on all my videos all the time. People are talking about October 7th. They try to use it as a form of justification. But the thing I find kind of ironic is 22,000 something bombs have been dropped on Gaza, where hostages may be. They're in these buildings and they're getting leveled. And you would think that Zionist or Israeli citizens would be against this. And even just a few days ago, they had a protest in Tel Aviv, and one of the hostages were actually spotted at this protest. And IDF came, and of course, they arrested all the people.
Yeah. I mean, there were literally moms. I saw this on Twitter. And we're standing outside the border crossing on the Israeli side, literally yelling across the border about wanting to have their family members back. And there's a huge consortium of families that are really pissed because you have a combination of the Hannibal Doctrine that's being used to engage militarily when their family members are in harm's way, and they just don't take that into consideration as much as they think they should. And then you have the hostages, like you said, that are spread out, or maybe underground in some cases, but maybe within structures. And the Israeli government just has maintained its position of indiscriminate bombing, and therefore unintentionally, I think, some have been unalived, I think like 50 or 60. But there's still a remainder of, I think, 130 to 150, hostages, detainees. But there are thousands and thousands of those same people in Israeli prisons, many of whom didn't do anything at all either. So they're more like hostages as well. So, and the Israeli public doesn't know any of this for the most part. That's the sad part, is they just think it's all one-sided, and that the H group is this evil group who took their people and unalived their people and raped and burned and blah, 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 babies and heads and all this atrocity propaganda. And they don't attribute any validity to the claims that the military in their response maybe have been responsible for many or most of those civilian casualties. So anyway, that's where it stands right now. I hope that covers what you asked.
Well, the other thing was you had the instance where the IDF shot on the three hostages that were yelling in Hebrew with white flags, and then you had the mother of the hostage come out and thank the IDF for killing her son and saying she doesn't blame the IDF for doing this.
Yeah, pretty nuts. Well, that just goes to show you the magnitude of the fervor behind what many in the population feel towards needing to eliminate the quote unquote T words. And they see it as part of a bigger important thing to their country to eliminate the threat of them either firing rockets or coming in like they did before. And they've heard the language from the H group, which I understand the leadership has said, this is just the beginning of what you're going to see in the future. So they're just kind of posturing and positioning. So there doesn't look like there's any peace in sight because the H group's not going to give up their weapons. Absolutely not. And the Israelis seem hell-bent on continuing to move through Gaza and destroying things along the way, and I guess eventually trying to rally up the population and do what they can with them, which is, there's just nothing good about what's happening right now for either side, unfortunately. All right, let's give Dr. Mito a chance to come on. Thank you for your questions. Do you go by Jazzy or do you have a name?
Jazzy is fine. Again, thank you for using this platform to speak for a bunch of people. The other thing is we are now the broadcasters, so we can kind of see the narrative for how things are based on what the media tells us. We can see because we do our own lives and we're pretty much our own news sources now.
Yeah, this is I think the only thing that's good that's come out of this tragedy is that, and again, sometimes this can be one of the goals, which I know it sounds crazy, but because of the stalled nature of the circumstances and nothing's really given, it's just gotten worse. You got to raise political awareness because that's ultimately the pressure from the population and the attention it's given, not only towards the state of Israel, but to those who support them. You have to raise political awareness, which this has done, through social media, especially among the younger generation who are more active on social media. So yes, there's been terrible sacrifice and terrible carnage and terrible death and destruction and mayhem and suffering. But for the first time, some of that suffering, which has occurred in the past through some of these, quote, mowings of the lawn in Gaza, didn't raise awareness as much because the media portrayed it as a reasonable response. And it wasn't so disproportionate. But due to the disproportionate and just completely egregious nature of this response, more people are just like, no, we're not believing the bullshit anymore. This is unacceptable. Our government can't support this. They shouldn't be doing it. It needs to change. And then they're aware of what the dynamics are because they've then done some learning and listening like this. And now they know what the solutions would have to be. And then they can work on behalf of pushing for that. The problem is that where the most political power is the United States, and there's a complete block to change anything, including this issue, especially with the impacts of lobbyists like AIPAC and others, and the money that they give to people who they're stuck in a spot where they can't win. They can speak out, they get kicked out, they go along with the party, they're unconscionable. So anyway, thanks for being here, Jazzy. I appreciate you. Yeah, good conversation, right? Before we bring on our next guest, which is Dr. Mito, I'm sorry, correct me one more time so I don't keep screwing it up. I just want to tell people really quickly, if you're new here, please type, if you've never seen me before or heard me before, my name is Chip Barnes. Can you please type the number 1 in the chat? Because I don't want to go into my background if everyone already knows who I am. That's a waste of time, right? And while I'm waiting to see if anybody's new, I just want to let everybody know that I have a normal schedule of doing these lives that's pretty consistent, so I'll share that with you. And the other thing is, all of these lives are recorded, and then they're uploaded to both my YouTube channel and what's called Rumble, which is a different version of YouTube, a different company, but same kind of thing. So these lives have lots of different topics. So we're using some AI systems to try to pull out specific segments, much like we went through at the beginning of this live. That would be cut out as like a 10-minute piece or something like that. And that would be uploaded separately. That's coming. I'm just up to my neck in responsibilities and stuff, and I'm by myself other than a few volunteers, which I genuinely appreciate, by the way. But anyway, so that's where my game is. I study geopolitics. I'm an Army veteran. I learned about this in college, so I've known about it since 1989. So I'm 56, and the good news is that I was able to speak to it with some sort of knowledge and competency when it happened. I got on social media right before this happened on October 7th, just out of sheer coincidence. And unfortunately, if you don't know the history of me being here since you're new, the way that these sites work is that if you get a little too close to the sun or too much over the target with your lingo, a lot of times your account gets affected. I'll put it that way. And 4 times my account was adversely affected, meaning just light switch gone. It's like you just downloaded the app for the first time. And I had 64,000 followers, vapor. So I suggest if any of you who are enjoying my way of talking about stuff, if you like the presentation style, the content, first of all, follow me, please, obviously. But then I have a backup account that is Truthseeker 670, where I inadvertently started my live today. Thanks for telling me about that. But anyway, so if you go to my Linktree, there's a link in my bio at the bottom. It says Linktree Chip Barnes. Click on that. It's clickable. If you're outside the United States, though, they've removed that. I don't know why. So it's actually written in text. You have to type it into a browser, a web browser, and then hit enter. It'll take you to the same thing. It takes you to a list of all my social media. So I have things like, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, like I told you, and some other stuff. You'll see it. So if you follow me there, you'll see that stuff. And again, you can look at the uploads. I've had everything from December 19th and on. I've been doing these, Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. Eastern time. So we just did one. And yesterday, because it was a holiday where I live, I did like 4.5 hours in the afternoon and another 2 hours at night. So, we do a lot of stuff. We talk about a lot of things. So you'll find it enjoyable, I think. And then every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, I go from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Eastern. And I did that because a lot of people who live in the Middle East or in Asia were having to stay up until ridiculous hours of the morning to follow the stuff. So out of respect to their sleep, and there were people that were following it. I can't believe they'd get up at 4 a.m. to listen to me, but they were. So anyway, and finally, as far as there's moderators in here that do a great job that help me manage the chat. So thanks up to them. And, basically, if you tap on my forehead, which I would appreciate if you do. I don't know why this works this way, but more people get notified. Because, by the way, that's the other thing that happens to people like me, is they limit your reach. So your videos, instead of going out to a broad number of people on their, what's called your For You page, the videos you scroll through, they limit that reach. And then on top of that, when your live comes up, they limit to whom they send the notifications. I don't know. Anyway, it is what it is, like they said. Just one thing about my Twitter, and then I'll go back to the guests, is that on my Twitter feed, which, by the way, if you're not on Twitter, I strongly recommend you check it out. Most of the really good political minds that I follow are there, and not many are on TikTok. So this is a younger person's platform, right? I'm 56. Not many older people like me are on here. Anyway, so if you go to there, I have a list of all the cool people that I've found over the years from whom I've learned a lot of what I share with you all. And they're great. They're objective as best I can tell. They're not paid off. They're straight down the middle. They're knowledgeable. They're pleasant to deal with. So yeah, somebody says they're 64. Yeah, you got me beat by 8 years. So I hope I make it that far. But check it out. You can go look at the list. You can, download it or whatever. Check those people out. I try to follow that. It's been a little tougher for me given the time constraints to follow the people on YouTube that I used to watch like 6 hours of YouTube a day. I'd listen to it while I was working or whatever. I just love learning from people. Okay, let's get back to the guests. We have Dr. Mito. Sorry for that whole diatribe. Had to go through it.
That's right. It's Mido. Yeah, you got it right this time. But I wanted to say, if you can put me a little back in the list, I just need to go get my kid from his martial arts class
Absolutely.
in 10 minutes. If you can
Sure.
put me a little bit backward in the list. But I have some
Yeah.
comments about the few of the things that you have discussed. So I'll share them in 10 minutes back. Yeah.
Okay, what I'll do is just let you know, I'll leave you up here, but if there's more guests that come on, so I have to squeeze you out, then you'll just request again and I'll move you up, okay?
Excellent. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. No problem at all. Okay, that's great. Appreciate that. We have next. So I just want to let people know the batting order. We're going from bottom to top, just so we have knew what something, then I can't read the Arabic. And then we have Nader who's someone who I have a lot of fondness for. I didn't get to meet him in person, but I really enjoy his communication style. He's a good person and I really enjoy him. So I can't wait to talk. This is our first time having more than a brief conversation. Okay, so I look forward to that. Thanks for being here, by the way. Next guest.
Hi, Chip. How are you?
Good, thank you so much.
I'm the 64-year-old. My name is Penny.
Welcome, Penny.
Thank you. I've heard you on other lives. First of all, do you always keep your calm? You're cool.
Most of the time. I've had people say in the comments one time, Chip's getting a little angry, but I think 99.9% of the time I stay even keeled and I try to listen to people because the only way I'm going to learn about their point of view is to listen. And then I think being respectful is the better way to have these dialogues and take turns and not have it be like a Jerry Springer show. So I try.
Right, so do I, yeah, because the other platform I heard you and the woman kept interrupting you and you kept being very patient. But okay, this is my question, I guess. First of all, I don't know if I should say this, but I'm pro-Israel. Uh,
Okay.
because my thing is, if the H group started it, I get it that more people have been unalive over in Palestine. I get it. But they've said on numerous occasions that they're going to keep going over there, doing what they did, and try to do even more if they're not destroyed. That's number one. Number two is if the Palestinians didn't want this kind of uh, thing to happen to them, why would they vote the H group into government?
That's a fair question.
Why would they, and then if they wanted to stop, why wouldn't they put the H group out there? Expose them, in other words. Because that's just like, Chip, if I was to slap you, I can't tell you how to retaliate. I can't say you slap me back and we're even. You know, the other thing is that the H group went over there purposely destroying harming these people, where the other ones are like casualties of war. They don't want to harm the children, it's just that they're there. So how would you feel if you were the H group? I mean, if you were in Israel, what would you do? You wouldn't want to live next door to somebody that you couldn't get a good night's sleep. And then just yesterday, somebody went over there and stabbed a woman to death and harmed 16 other people.
Yeah, that was in the West Bank.
Right. But okay. The third or fourth question, I forgot.
I got 7 things so far, so try to stop at 8. I'm trying to
I'm
keep up.
sorry. I'm sorry. But and how do you see this ending? Do you think we're gonna end up in a World War III?
Well, anything's possible at this point. It all depends on which side escalates. And somebody asked earlier about intervention, so that's always a possibility too, although more unlikely. Okay, let's go back to the thing. I actually made notes this time because sometimes when
Can
someone
I just respond, brother Chip? Good evening, brother. How are you?
Hold on, Bilal, we're going to take turns here. I'll let you respond to that if you want to when you come up. And I made a bunch of notes, so I'll bring those points up. The way that I operate is I go from each person one at a time, and then sometimes I open it up to back and forth if we have 2 opposing sides, so it stays, interesting. But for right now, we're going to continue with the order. Thanks for being patient. So you said, they're the ones who want to do more attacks. They've publicly announced they want to do more attacks. I want to cover that. So you said, why did the population vote for them if they didn't want to have this kind of chaos? Why not expose them right now, given the fact that they're taking on so much harm? You said one group does things purposely to harm others, while the other one does things unintendedly, as sad as it may be. Then you said, would I want to be subject to the things they're doing, or I want to be able to sleep well at night? And then you said the attack in the West Bank. So that's what I covered. So are those things all accurate based on what you said?
It is. I'm sorry to run them all down at one time, but
that's okay. Let's address them quickly because obviously it's a lot of ground to cover. So here's my question to you. You mentioned an analogy. If you slap me in the face, what would I do, right?
Right.
Okay, that's a fair question to ask. I wouldn't be happy about that, by the way. I hope you don't, because I got somewhat pretty face. You shouldn't make a red mark on the side of my face. So first of all, thanks for being here, and thanks for stating the fact that you're pro-Israel. I know it's not always easy to come onto lives where most people are sort of on a different angle. So thank you for doing that. Okay. And it gives us an opportunity to share information, which is the point of all this, is to reach people. So perhaps today I can do that. I'm not going to try to convince you of anything, but I may share some resources with you that if you choose to tap into, maybe it'll give you a different vantage point to take a look at what you think now versus what you might think later. Okay, so as far as the attacks, yes, they have announced publicly that they have an intent to do more of this. So let's put that aside for one sec. Fair point. Now, here's my question to you. Let's get back to the slapping part. And for those of you who are waiting, I got to go through this process. This is an important thing. Stay with me. Okay. So you asked about the slapping. So the question is, why would you slap me?
Why would I slap you?
Right.
I don't know. I guess it could be for various reasons, but I can't tell you how to retaliate. I can't say, okay, you slap me back and we're even.
Would you slap me out of the blue for no reason?
No.
Okay. Do you think that the H group did what they did out of no reason?
No.
Okay. And then what might their reason be for doing something like that?
Oh, I know why. Well, I know what they say. Why they say they did it is they said because Gaza was like an open prison, and they were
Okay.
tight. But weren't they offered a peace treaty 4 times since
There've been
19?
different negotiations. Let's cover some ground first. We'll get to the peace negotiations because we don't want to jump out too far from where
Okay,
let's cover the
okay,
A, B, and C. But yeah, these are, let me put it this way in a general sense. Just as in the United States, the information that flows through our communication systems that the public gets to hear predominantly generally has what they call a narrative behind it. And it doesn't necessarily talk about the entirety of something because if something would be said that is counter to the desired narrative, it might dilute it or basically contradict it. So similarly, and especially in Israel and to what they put out to the public, it follows that same theme. Just to let you know, I've been watching this for 34 years, basically. So I've seen indications of that over and over. So I've learned what's actually happening, and then I've heard what's said about what's happening or framed a certain way, and the two aren't congruent, if that makes sense.
yes,
So with that as a backdrop, the things that have been reported in the statements by the Israeli government and those who support Israel about these quote unquote deals, just to let you know, if I made a deal with you to have your own house, but you couldn't leave unless I told you, you couldn't drive anywhere, and if you did drive, I stopped you 10 times, and what would take 5 minutes would take you 4 hours, would that be a deal you'd sign up for?
no,
Okay, so in every deal that was put forth that included Israeli control, both economically and politically and militarily, as far as what these people could and couldn't do, and there was still going to be a military presence. Therefore, that's the deal where you can't leave your house. And it's just there was completely untenable deals offered that just didn't include autonomy. And therefore, the deals were rejected. That doesn't get spoken about. They make it sound as if they offered these sweetheart deals, and the other people are just obstinate and they have no ability to be flexible. And all they want is war, not peace. But if those are the options given, you're saying yourself you wouldn't take them. So have Israeli negotiators who have spoken after the fact saying, hey, I wouldn't have taken those deals either. So the language being given is the narrative that's desired to show that the people they don't want peace. But in fact, they were never given a true path to make a legitimate choice for peace. So that's that issue. Okay, so you asked why did they vote for them? So first of all, the population of Gaza has grown quite a bit, and the people who are under the age of 18 weren't even alive when the vote took place in 2006. Okay, the reason why they voted for this is my understanding, by the way, the reason why the Palestinian people voted for the H group to lead them was because they'd watched the style of leadership for decades not make a difference, including the negotiations I just mentioned, and the status quo was being maintained. And what happened was the Israeli military and government kept building more settlements against international law, kept moving more and more soldiers in, building more checkpoints, making life much more difficult for the Palestinians in both the West Bank. And when they left in 2005, when they withdrew their settlements, they then created a complete blockade, air, sea, land. They controlled everything that went in and out of the country. Nobody could leave. They couldn't go out and fish past a certain point, and sometimes they just shoot down the boats and kill the people. All sorts of horrific things over many decades. So they see the resistance. They see resistance as a potential path to break the status quo, in that they've done nothing differently for decades, much like Donald Trump got elected because people are sick of the Hillary Clintons, the George Bushes, the Obamas, the first Bush. They see a pattern of inaction from leaders to change what would benefit the working class and most people in America. And they're like, F it, let's try this guy. Very similar idea what happened with the H group in 2006 when they got elected in Gaza. Okay, so there's that. Now, you asked about the casualty issue. So let's talk about that for a second. Now, you say that one group purposely harms civilians and their intent is to do that harm, and the other group doesn't, because it's just, unfortunately, it's collateral damage. Okay, that's the narrative. Again, getting back to narratives. Most people are given that narrative because the U.S. media, the U.S. is aligned with Israel. Our government supports them, and therefore statements that are made publicly tend to indicate and stay with the narrative of supporting our ally. However, what happens on the ground is not congruent with that narrative. Again, lack of congruence. This is a common theme you'll learn if you study this thing. So what does that mean? It means that the stated goal of the Israeli military and the politicians is to eliminate the threat to their country in the form of the H group by rooting them out and unaliving them. That's the stated goal. That's the narrative.
right,
Now, what's happening in reality? Okay, the Israeli Air Force has completely destroyed most of the northern half of Gaza, displaced the citizens such that more than half the population there is now homeless. There's been over 25,000 civilian casualties, probably many more that we don't know about under the rubble that aren't accounted for. And therefore, they haven't eliminated many of the H group members. They just haven't. And they've taken many more casualties and lost many more vehicles and equipment than they've reported to the public, probably by a magnitude of 5 to 10 times, which is pretty massive. So again, I've learned over the years that the American government and the Israeli government are not fully truthful. In fact, sometimes they're downright liars, which is unfortunate. I live here. I'd rather not have to be the case. I want to support my country, but it's a pattern that I've noticed over the years in general, but it's really specific when it comes to this. Now, here's the difference. In previous engagements, the way that it was presented to the public via these narratives was pretty much what was understood by the public because there was no other way to access a different viewpoint. However, during this conflict, what has drastically changed is the access to social media, especially among younger people, but some of us like this are older. So by seeing the actual video of what's happening on the ground, not what's talked about, but what's happening, people see buildings coming down. They see thousands of people dying, way more injured, families being torn apart, entire family lines being taken out. And they hear that it's targeted, that they're going after H group. But what they're seeing is, and even the US President Joe Biden said to the leadership in Israel, these are indiscriminate bombing campaigns that need to stop. So most of us who view this objectively, as I try to do, have looked at this and said, listen, they're saying they're going after the H group and using that as cover for massively bombing mostly civilian areas, in which case there's hardly ever militants present. And most of the militants stay in the tunnel systems, which are free from the harm from bombardment. They don't go in a building. Listen, I'm going to ask you this. If you're fighting for a cause and you know the enemy is bombing buildings, what's one place you wouldn't go?
But Chip, they built.
No, just answer that question first, and then I'll let you go on. Please.
Okay, you say it again, please.
If you were a militant fighting a foreign war against somebody, and you knew their primary means of attack was by bombing civilian buildings and hospitals and other places, where wouldn't you go if you didn't want to die?
To the civilian houses, to the civilian.
Exactly. So do you think there are many militants in the civilian buildings that are being destroyed by Israel? Yes or no?
I don't.
Think about that for a second. That's just common sense, right? Unless you're a complete dumbass and you have tunnels that are reinforced with concrete, why wouldn't you stay in the protected areas until you had to come up and engage the enemy in a guerrilla fashion?
You
Why
don't
would
think
you go
you're hiding among them?
So, but again, just for that, just individual reasons. But let's take the other side of it. Let's just pretend they're in the buildings, just for the sake of following the example. So, again, the narrative that goes out, again, getting back to narrative control. And this is once you learn narrative control and you follow these things politically for a while, you see a lot of similarities, and it starts to make a lot more sense. As long as you can get what's happening on the ground to compare it to. So let's talk about that. So the narrative that goes out from the Israeli side, which justifies these attacks, and you said unintended consequence, right? Collateral damage. So what happens is they say that the H group purposely gathers these people together, doesn't let them leave, and forces them to be unalived along with them to make the Israeli government look bad and to inflate the civilian casualties because they don't care about their people. Now think about that for a second. Does that make sense to you? I mean, you think about it that way. If you were resisting, let's say you're an African American and you're resisting the white folks that are trying to put down slave rebellions, and in order to make the people look bad, would you murder 50 of your brothers and sisters so that it will make the white people look bad?
No. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Why would Palestinians do it? And their cause is to liberate their people from the harm being done by the Israelis. Why would they purposely harm their people when that's the very thing they're trying to liberate them from?
All right.
Makes sense, right?
It does. It makes sense.
Okay, so these are all things that run counter to the narrative. And again, it's nobody's fault because the information that most people make their decisions on is limited or obfuscated. And therefore, it's very hard to make sense of it. It makes sense from what you hear. And then when you learn some of the stuff that we're talking about, you're like, wait a second, this is not what I heard. And that's what happened to me in 1989. I just happened to learn about it back in the day. And ever since then, I've been a keen observer of this, trying to make heads and tails of it. And I'm sharing with you the conclusions and the observations that I've made over these decades. And unfortunately, listen, I'd like to say glowing things about Israel because they're our friend, right? I want to say good things about everybody. But I can't look at behavior that's something that I would never do myself, much less want to have happen to me or my family, and say something positive or not discuss it publicly and point it out. So a couple more things. You said that the H group attacked or added what did I say, WB? I can't remember what I said there. What was it? What was that point you made? You said, so you said, it was the next point you made. It was like the last one I wrote down. I wrote down all added WB. What does WB stand for? Do you remember? I can't, I can't remember what my note was for.
I don't know what those initials
Let
mean.
me share this with you. You sound like a very willing person to open your mind, which I appreciate, by the way. Having an
Yeah, because
objective.
I used to be pro Palestine. I used to be until I did some research. I won't tell you how I did my research, but I try to research things, and because I was like, oh, Israel is wrong for this. Okay, you seem like a balanced, stable person. How would you have handled it if they had come over to your country and did that?
Well, yeah, this is the back and forth of it. So let's look at this for a second. So you're American, right?
I am.
Okay, so when our country was founded back in 1776, which we look at as the War of Independence, right? We celebrate it every year on July 4th, right? It's a big deal in our country. So if you study the Revolutionary War in 1775 and 1776, most people don't know this, but a lot of the British, when they came in and occupied the eastern seaboard, and they were charging people outrageous taxes, of which the U.S. patriots wanted to be free from, and they wanted to be free from the other administrative controls and all the detention and stuff the British did that made their lives difficult, very similar to the occupation that the Palestinians are experiencing. It's natural to want to resist the occupation. Does that make sense?
It is. It is.
Okay.
natural to
So
do
the
that.
same dynamics that existed in colonial America are the same dynamics that exist in Palestine with Israel, but way worse. Now, what the Americans went through was basically oppression through financial means and basically administrative troubles. That it was more of a burden on their back. They weren't being unalived at record numbers on a consistent basis, and there wasn't additional territory, quote, being taken from people. But what they did when the British came in is they took people's plantations and homes from them, just took them and said, F off, go somewhere at the point of a gun. What the Americans did in response to that over time is they would go into a home that had been taken from them, a plantation, and they would just get rid of everything in sight. Now, that's considered outrageous. There's civilians, there's women, there's children, there's horses, there's companion animals, there's livestock, right? Why would they do that? That's a horrible thing to do. Well, it's part of resistance because you have to put in the mind of the occupier that they're not going to be allowed to stay free of harm. In addition, when they would fight the troops, they would use guerrilla tactics rather than standing face to face with the Red Coat Army where they'd get blasted away. They would stand behind a tree. A little crew of British would go by and they'd shoot at them. They'd get the hell out of the way because that's how they could survive and do it, live another day to do it again. That is how the U.S. was able to liberate itself. It became so difficult for the occupation to continue, just like the settlements that were in Gaza that were dismantled in 2005, same exact thing. So
But
the
Gaza
British.
is going to lose this. Gaza
Say
is
again?
I said Gaza is going to lose this.
That could very well, and by the way, it could have very well been that the British were able to repress, and they tried to, the American opposition, but the resolute nature of the American colonists overcame the repression that they got. Many people were hung, by the way. If you don't know this, a lot of the people that were caught, that were resisting, got hung. They got killed. So just like what happens right now, there are people that get targeted assassination, leaders of the H group that are traveling, the Israelis try to attack them. They did it successfully recently with one of the higher level commanders that was in Beirut, Lebanon, in the capital, and they unalived him with a very specifically targeted Hellfire missile from a drone that only hit the second story and took out 5 people. And it shows you that they have the capacity to do extremely precise bombings when they choose to. But in this conflict, they haven't chosen to. They've used a cover story of going after these militants or terrorists, if you want to call them that from their side, and they haven't been avoiding civilian casualties. They've been pursuing civilian casualties to maximize the harm they're doing to the people as revenge against what happened. So the question for you is, if somebody is making you stay in that house we talked about and not letting you drive and not letting you live your life, in fact, they're sticking you in the basement and they're living in your home that you used to enjoy with your family, they've unalived 6 of your family members, it's you and your husband down in the basement, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit in the basement without a TV and nothing to do and just kind of ride it out forever? Or are you going to do something to try to change your plight?
I would try to do something to change my
Sure.
plight.
There you go. So just like the American patriots did something to change their circumstances, and you would do, so are the people who are Palestinian.
Wasn't there was no other way to do it?
Well, think about it. They've been sitting around trying to do peaceful protest, getting shot at by Israeli snipers. These 14-year-old kids that go out and stand at the right of return protest, either in Gaza or in the West Bank, get sniped by Israeli soldiers. They get shot in the groin, they get shot in the knees, or permanently disabled, or shot in the head and killed. Now, that's
But we're
peaceful
not,
protest.
but we're not the people in Gaza going over in Israel doing the same thing, just in a
Well,
different
no,
manner?
no,
Like,
no, what's been happening for a long time is they have crude, rudimentary rockets. They've been trapped inside of Gaza all these years. They've never once had incursions outside. The Israelis have come in and bombed them and attacked them for having sent rockets. They've fired these crude bottle rockets that are a little larger. They're made out of like water pipe type stuff. They're not that they do no damage, but they're nowhere near like a bomb or a missile. They cause minor damage, and over the years, of all the rockets that have been fired, many tens of thousands, they've killed 6 people. That's it. So that's not a huge impact, even though they're kind of dangerous and you go to a bomb shelter and it makes it seem like you're under attack. But why are they doing that? If you're in the basement and you can throw something when they come by the top of the stairs, even though you can't completely get out of the basement, you throw something at the top of the stairs because it's what you can do under your circumstances. That's what they're doing with the rockets. Israel comes in and says, why are you attacking us? They tell their population these people are violent. All they want to do is attack us, but they're under occupation and siege. And by the way, let's say you're stuck in the basement and they come down with body armor and they beat the crap out of your husband and they cut your left hand off.
mhm.
So you're not only you in a stuck situation, but you're being brutalized by somebody periodically. How would you feel about that?
I wouldn't like it, but neither did I like them going over there unaliving a lot of innocent people.
Yeah, I don't like it the fact that our patriots went into homes that were occupied by the British and harmed people that had nothing to do, maybe the women and children who did that. But why did they do that?
Why wouldn't they go after the military?
Because in order to change the dynamics of the occupation and the dynamics of your very poor situation, also, just to let you know, we talked about the peace agreements, right? So
Right.
they got nothing out of protesting, no attention brought to them politically, no pressure from the international community to change it because the US is supporting them for decade after decade, providing money and arms and all that stuff. And then their plight continues. It doesn't change. Nothing changes. Would you sit in the basement forever, or would you do something to try to change your place? Something, anything.
I would
Because
do
what do you
something.
so
I
let's
would
just
do something.
so if do you think it was wrong for the American patriots, which allowed them to liberate the colonies and let us be here today? Was it wrong for them to use the tactic of terrorizing the families on the homes that have been stolen from them? Yes or no?
It was.
Okay. What if without doing that they couldn't change their circumstances? Should we have sat back and not done anything?
I don't know, Chip, but it seemed like it should have been a better way.
Well, of course. And if there were, they would have done it. They tried the other ways that were nonviolent or minimal with rockets and everything like that, and it didn't get them anywhere. So therefore, they have to try other things that, although they're unpleasant, it is a way. And what's been the number one result? Let's just follow the politics of this. What's happened out of this that's to their benefit? Yes, they unalived some people. It was mostly military, by the way. And if you study the response to this by the Israeli military, you'll find out that nowhere near the number of civilians that Israel has claimed that the H group unalived was actually done by the H group. A lot of the military response to the attacks caused death and destruction because they indiscriminately shot at everybody that moved because they didn't know who was who.
Yeah, I
So they
heard
just
about
engaged
that.
everybody, and therefore we don't know the true numbers. And all the atrocities that have been alleged, we have no documentation that's been released to support it. They say they have it, but nothing's been released to the public. So what are you supposed to say to that? Trust me, we have the documentation. Okay, great, show it. So they're not doing that. So we have to, and by the way, with their pattern of lying over the decades, we have to question it, right? Does remember the boy who cried wolf?
Right. I
Same
remember.
story. Same story. So you know that when you cry wolf 10 times, there's no wolf. The 11th time, people are like, whatever, dude, you're a jackass. That's what the Israeli government's been doing for decades. They lie, 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 lie. And then if they're telling the truth now, which they could be, we don't trust them, and nor should you. So getting back to the choices you make as a resistance movement, The question is, are you going to stay in the basement? You've tried everything. You've tried asking nicely. You've tried any other things. You've tried trying to throw rocks at the top of the step. All you do is get further brutalized and nothing is changing. The one thing that has changed based on the attack, although it was horrific, and I don't agree with the tactics, but what I do understand is one dynamic that's changed. More people are now aware of it because of the attacks than they were before. How does that change things? We're talking about it right now, right?
Right.
Were you
It did bring.
were you talking about this? Were you talking about this issue 3.5 months ago?
I was not.
Okay, neither were many people. I just happened to know about it for sheer luck. I just lucked out and learned about it a long time ago, and I've been following it because it just sparked an interest in me because I thought it was unfair. So I'm the exception. Most people have gotten a very one-sided portrayal for decade after decade, so they're just not aware of the dynamics. Now, someone like you has seen a broader portrayal of the conflict, and you have some things to think about, and it's on your radar. That's one of the goals of doing this stuff. You said, why do they use the tactic? Why would they do something you'd rather not have it be done? If you wanted to find out someone who can get you out of the basement, would you throw a bigger rock or a knife at somebody so at least something can happen to change your situation? Or are you just going to sit in the basement and take
I would to bring attention to the problem or to the situation. I would.
there,
do that.
you've just answered your question. There you go.
So I don't want to say, so you're for the H group.
Nope, I'm not for what happened, but I understand it within the context. If I were in that basement with you and we're being brutalized and harmed and nothing was changing for months and years and decades, and we're like, what are we supposed to do now? We can't change our circumstances. Maybe we can do something that would provide a greater attention to our cause that might bring pressure to bear eventually. Yes, we know we're going to get attacked back. It's going to be horrible. Nobody thought it was going to be this horrible. But you have to try to do something. If you sit back and let the status quo continue, what will change? Nothing. Right?
Well,
So I'm not for the actual nature of the attack, just like I wouldn't be in favor of the revolutionary attacks on the people that were occupying their homes, because I think that's horrible, women, children. But I understand it within the context of the struggle for independence.
I understand that too. But right now, I think they will welcome it to be back the way it was. What say you?
Well, put it this way. Like I said, the long-term goal, this is what you have to focus on politically, is to have a political resolution with some sort of autonomy and dignity and separate statehood of some type that doesn't stay in the basement. You want to basically have you want to at least get back up in the living room and have them leave you be, right?
Right.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Right.
So there you go. That's it. There you got your answer there.
So how do you see this ending, Chip?
Well, if you look at the status quo, the people upstairs in the house are continuing to beat the shit out of you in the basement. And unfortunately, there's not enough people outside in the neighborhood that have the balls to come in and get you out, because the bigger people have bigger guns and they might smack the shit out of them. So we have to see that dynamic break. Something has to make the neighbors want to act, or something has to stop the people that are sitting upstairs dominating you. And until those things change, the status quo is going to continue, albeit more people are aware of it now. So there's a chance that somebody might pressure the neighbors or pressure the people upstairs to change shit.
Wow. It's
That's
sad.
it.
It's sad all the way around. It's sad for both
No doubt.
sides.
I agree with you, but at least now you have some. Now, I'll give you some references to go into if you choose. One is called, please write these down or make a note of it. One is called Life in Occupied Palestine, which is a young Jewish woman's portrayal of what she learned when she went over to visit, because she was challenged by friends who said all the things I'm telling you, and she just wouldn't accept it. She was brought up in a household that was pro-Israel. She thought these people were crazy, indoctrinated, maybe supports the H group or whatever. Then she went and lived there, and she came back and gave her account of what she learned, and she was horrified. Everything she'd been told growing up was a complete lie, and she learned what was happening to these poor people and totally changed her mind. And it changed her life so much, in fact, that she made it her mission to come back and talk about it and share it with people as much as she could. It's called Life in Occupied Palestine. If you watch that, especially since
I'm gonna read
you're
that.
from a historically oppressed people, right? You know the
Right.
thing about being oppressed, and still there's some subtle racism in our country that plays out in different ways, cops, etc. It's disgusting. And once you see what's happening to these people, you'll be like, damn, how did I not know this? And there's also one called Gaza Fights for Freedom. Gaza Fights for Freedom.
Guys are feisty.
If you watch those two and you don't change your mind, I'll give you $10,000 cash. You can call me back and say, Chip, you owe me some money.
Well, I used to be pro Palestine because I realized what happened to them. I went through the history. I went all the way back to the Ottoman rule rather. I went all the way back there. And then after reading a couple of scriptures in the Bible. I know people say don't bring the Bible part up into it, but then they ask because I understand how they let how they let the Jewish people move over there when a lot of other countries didn't, because of the Jews were saying, well, let's go back to our forefathers' land. Why are we going to all these other countries? Let's go back to the land that was promised to us by our forefathers. And that's why they ended up over there. But according to biblical scriptures, it says that Gaza will be done away with, basically. But people don't want me to bring those scriptures up. But that's what the Bible says. So I don't know. It's just a lot.
Well, put it this way. Look who's dying the most right now. That's a pretty good barometer to see what's going on. Many more Palestinians are being killed.
But the
and
Bible
injured.
says that, though.
Well, I mean, if the Bible says that people can stone their wife if she looks at another man, do you want to get stoned by your husband?
No, who stoned somebody over in Palestine?
Well, the point is the Bible talks about stoning, slavery being condoned. There's all sorts of things in the Bible that are objectionable if you read it from cover to cover, which I have. So you'll find all sorts of references in the Bible that are untenable given your beliefs. And you'll be like, damn, this isn't something. So when you read things in the Bible and you say it's prophecy or it's legitimate, everything in the Bible isn't necessarily good or accurate.
You don't think so?
Listen, there are plenty of examples. Go to some of the channels on YouTube and talk about inconsistencies in the Bible, and you'll learn more about it. Listen, I'm not an expert, but I think you're someone who's interested and curious. I wish you well with that. One more resource I'll share before we finish and get the next guest on. This has been a great conversation, by the way, and thank you for being reasonable and hearing me out and stuff like that, because not everybody does that. And you seem like somebody who's genuinely interested. So again, just remember the basement. That's all I would say to you about that. That's a big deal. Whether God says you're supposed to be in the basement or not, right? You don't want to be there, Okay. And so one last resource, which I think will really help you understand the context that started all this. This is quote unquote the original sin, is the 1948. It's called Al Nakba. Al Nakba. Do you prefer reading or video?
Video.
Okay, Al Nakba is a documentary. There's also one on Netflix called Farah, Fahra. But if you want to watch on YouTube, it's called Al Nakba. It's a
How
long
you spell
presentation.
Al? Not with A-L?
Like your friend Al, like Alan, and then Nakba, Nakba, Al Nakba.
Okay.
If you watch those three resources and your mind isn't completely changed, like I said, I'll give you 10 grand. Come on here and say, Chip, here's my wiring instructions. Send me the money.
I will do, Chip. And thank you for this
Okay.
conversation. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you back, by the way. So I hope you'll do the same with me. We're fine. So great. Listen, thanks for talking to me, Penny. I really appreciate it, and good luck with those resources.
Thank you. Take care.
Yes, ma'am. Take care. Okay, folks, that is how you engage somebody to have a polite but firm conversation about the issues. Okay. Now, if she comes back to me and says, I'm going to keep my word. Okay, and I'll ask you guys to help me raise the money. So next guest, and by the way, Nader, thanks for being patient. Those who are in the queue, I'll bring you up, and those who are waiting, I'm sorry that was a lengthy conversation, but I thought it was very helpful to broaden the picture for someone who was willing to listen.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Saad Sharaf. I'm from Palestine, West Bank.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you very much. Aren't you tired standing all the time?
No, listen, listen, my hobby is trying to get through stuff, sort through this, that, and the other, and get to what seems like the truth, but you never have complete. Anyway, sorry, there's some kind of feedback. Do you disagree with anything I said? Did I get anything wrong?
No, on the contrary. I just want, this is the first time I listen to a pro-Israeli person who's rational, reasonable. It was
Yeah.
very, very, conversation that you had with this woman, which is very constructive. I wish we face such people all the time. Anyways, I wanted to make some comments regarding the Palestinian narrative, but I'm not going to say anything better than what you said to this woman. Thank you very much. That's number one. The other point, it's just a question. Don't you agree with me that if the right government in Israel keeps disobeying the American master, I guess the West, the whole West, will begin to think uh, to substitute Israel as, a state which was founded to achieve the Western interests in the region. I guess Iran is the best choice for the West to substitute Israel in the region. Iran has influence in Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, Syria, and Gaza for sure. And that, the Americans talked to Taliban after they had a long war with them. The Americans deal with the strong. So why don't they deal with Iran instead of Israel? If Israel keeps disobeying or facing the Western interests by this, uh, let's say, right-wing government. Don't you agree that, I think what's happening in the Red Sea is no more than a play. If the Americans and the British want to end the what's happening by the Houthis, I guess it won't take a long time. But as we see, it's not like a real war, and I guess there are under table negotiations between the West and Iran, and it's a matter of time that Iran will substitute Israel as a guaranteeing state for the Western interests. I don't know if you agree with me. That's my question. Thank you very much. I respect you and your live and all your guests. Thank you very much.
Hear you, Chip.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, I mute myself on purpose so I don't jump on people. I'm talking about Iran. Okay, so Iran was an ally of the United States for a good period of time under the Shah. 1953, Mohammad Mossadegh was deposed in a military coup by the United States in conjunction with Iranian the Shah of Iran, Pervez, what's his name, and they had good relationships until 1979. So for 26 years. The U.S. had relationships. There were British and American energy companies that worked on what was previously nationalized oil in Iran, where they have a very rich oil-rich country. And again, a lot of this ties back to military and business economic interests, right? Empires try to control. We've seen like what the Dutch did. We saw what the British and the French have done historically. They're colonizers in a way, and America has been using this neo-colonial practice. This neo-colonial practice of trying to get him economically. So what does that mean? They want access to the resources of countries, and they want to be able to help utilize or exploit those resources by getting a lot of the money out of the process. They got none of the money when Mohammad Mossadegh was in power because they nationalized the oil company. It used to be British. The Anglo-American Oil Company was in there, and they got kicked out, just like the British and the French got kicked out of the Suez Canal. Same thing. Whenever there's money to be made, the Western capital industries want to make that money, the private business interests. And there's also geostrategic reasons for regions, just like the Middle East. It's rich with oil, right? So it's got some geopolitical elements too. So why does the U.S. not like Iran? There was an Islamic revolution that took over the leadership of the country in 1979. They took 400 or 350 or 375 hostages of people in the U.S. embassy and stuff, and they were held there as leverage until the beginning of the Reagan administration in 1980. So they became a huge enemy of the United States. One, we can't get in there to get the oil. Two, they're an Islamic-based state that have a theocratic rulership structure. and they're basically Persian Shia is the dominant culture in Iran. They also have a historical grudge with Saudi Arabia. So therefore, the U.S., they saw Saudi Arabia as a huge strategic resource. We have good relations with them because we agreed to provide security for them in return for them both supplying us oil and denominating the sales in the U.S. dollar, which is called the petrodollar cycle, whole other conversation. But needless to say, Saudi Arabia is a key ally in the region, as is Israel, obviously. And we also had good relationships with Iraq for a while when they were fighting the Iranians during the mid to late 80s. But like anything else, it's all about your interest, both business and security and militarily. As these variables shift, people like Saddam comes in, he pushes back. A lot of times the U.S. will arm a leader in a country. And then, of course, once the current conflict's over, they then turn on them because their interests are there, right? Different interests. So in Iran, and that war was horrible, by the way. A lot of chemical weapons were used. It was disgusting. But Iran basically is the big influence right now in the region. You talked about the Houthis. They also fund the Houthis. So there's a proxy war against Saudi Arabia there. Again, they're foe. They're total foes. Saudi Arabia is predominantly Sunni Muslim, different leadership structure. Not a completely theocratic state. The House of Saud. It's a huge kingdom. In Iran, let's face it, they have their own geopolitical reasons. They want to be dominant in terms of selling oil, and they have rivals, right? This is a rivalry. So it's all about the chess pieces. And again, the U.S. is trying to vie for a beachhead, a bulkhead, B, someone who can be the bully in the neighborhood to kind of keep the order, and then C, it's a strategic relationship with regard to nuclear weapons and a key control in the region should there need to be a broader conflict, right? So that's the U.S. interest, plus the energy resources upon which the U.S. economy depends, although not as much because of the hydraulic fracturing in the shale formations that have been exploited in recent years. And that's why you've seen a fraction of the relationship between the Saudis and the U.S., because we don't need them as much right now. We have more production than we can consume in terms of natural gas and oil. We've become, I think, the second largest oil producing nation on the planet with that change. So again, interest, right? So where does it all go? It depends on the next chessboard move, right? So for example, if Hezbollah decided, because this gets really egregious and the Iranians give them a go-ahead, they may fire advanced missiles that can't be knocked down by the Iron Dome to Tel Aviv and Haifa and wherever else. That'll do a lot of damage and create a lot of unrest in Israeli society. A lot of people are going to leave, as they have been doing, and it's going to create probably a regional war that may blow up into a broader conflict with Russia and China coming in on the Iranian side and other allies, and the U.S. and its allies, and that would be horrible because that could lead to a nuclear exchange. That's why we're trying to avoid this. There needs to be a peaceful resolution because until that happens, all this unrest is going to continue. And of course, there's resources off the coast of Gaza, like natural gas, that plays in tangentially. So who knows where the goals are with that. But the deals that were worked out were never finalized because Israel doesn't want Gaza to have any money they can stop. And so therefore, here we are in this quagmire where the U.S. is backing up the Israelis are committing atrocities. We're watching it from the outside and unable to change it. It's a disaster. It's a total disaster, especially for Palestinians who always get the short end of the stick. Okay, Nader's up next. Let's see what Nader has to say. Hi, Nader. Good to see you. Sorry I missed you at the protest. There he is.
How you doing, Chip?
Good, my friend. How about yourself?
Good, good. I got in the car and I was listening to you in the car. I picked up my colleague, our reporter, and I got to work. And it was worth the wait because first, I feel bad that we didn't get to meet face-to-face in person at the protest. I was looking forward to it, but then they jammed the signal and I was working at the same time. And I tried to reach out a couple times, but just the phone. But I did see part of the group that was meeting with you, a couple people from the group that was meeting you before you arrived. And that was pretty cool. So we'll have to meet up sometime soon. So I just really wanted to pop up and say hello. I was listening the entire time with Penny. Like the previous person who popped up from the West Bank said, I don't think we could have said it better, what you had to say and how you explained it and how, and she was awesome too. I mean, Penny, if she's still listening, I think we're very respectful, and I think that's what it takes in these discussions. And it takes just people that want the good for everybody to have these discussions respectfully, even if we have differing opinions. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the differing opinions. So I got to get back to work, but I just wanted to come up. I didn't want to drop off until I got to say hello to you. I'll be in touch. We have to meet up soon, even if we meet halfway or something, or I come see you, you come
Yeah.
see me. And
Yeah.
yeah, so thank you, my brother. I really appreciate you. And
Sure.
I'm gonna let you move on. I gotta get back to work.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, thanks, Nate. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of good people, I'm telling you. And I got to meet some of them at the pro-Palestinian March for Gaza in Washington, D.C. this past Saturday. And what was interesting was after I spoke with some people at length, I milled around through the crowd some, and I can't tell you how many people stopped me. I was like, Chip, how you doing, man? I watch you all the time. There must have been 50 people that did that. And I took some photographs of people and video. So as my neighbor says, you're TikTok famous. But of course, that means that you're on TikTok, right? So I'm not exactly a Kim Kardashian or anything like that. Not that I want to be. Okay, we have the next guest, which is Toxic. Hope you're not toxic. That would suck. How you doing?
Much. I would like to, with my limited vocabulary power, I would like to highlight few points, mainly 3 points. First of all, this conflict started in 07. It didn't started in 7th October. It started about more than 100 years ago when Britain overthrew the Ottoman Empire and they created this Palestinian mandate. So this is the start point. And the second point that I would like to highlight is that we have seen, British foreign minister, I think, he's tried to say that this war is something to do with Russia and China and Iran. But we know that they are tried to mix things up and to justify their action in Palestine. But we know that this issue, Palestinian issue, started long before even the Iranian state was established, or before conflict between Russia or China. It started 100 years ago when they created this, when the Britain invaded the Ottoman Empire. So now they are trying to justify their action by telling that this is a war between Russia and America. And we are seeing these people that are besieged for the last 75 years, and they pushed all the people of present day Israel, I would say. They pushed the indigenous native people from the state of Israel, and they gathered them into Gaza City. For the last 75 years, they have been doing this by uprooting the indigenous people from their home. And you, as you are a military person, you know what does killing zone means. As the Americans, they did this killing zone in Fallujah in Iraq. So this is the same strategy they are doing. They are pushing all the people of Palestine into the Gaza territory. They did it for the last 75 years. And
I think we lost you there, Toxic.
this killing zone.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, you cut out for about 5. You cut out
this
for
is
about
the
5 seconds.
and these things. Sorry. This is probably for technical reasons. So they pushed all the people into this killing zone, which is now known as Gaza. And this is the point. The other point I would like to highlight is that to carry out this killing, to mass killing of these indigenous people, for whatever their religious understanding or their cult, or you can name it whatever you want to name it, but to serve this cult or to their ideology or to their purpose or whatever the reasons they have, they've created a sense of justification for the last so many years. I would say I have seen for the last 30 years or 40 years, they were creating the sentiment against the Palestinians. So whenever they are going to carry out this genocide, they will receive public support. This is why they constantly in the media, they were creating all the fake stories against the Palestinian people, against the Muslim people in general, I should say. So all the fake stories every day, the newspapers were making false stories in the newspapers for the last 30 years. To create the hatred, so in future when they will carry out the attack, including the terrorist attacks, these all was false flag attacks. I think you are from America, but I will say, for example, in 2005, they did 4 terrorist attacks in London Underground. And all these attacks, and they put the blame on Muslims immediately without providing actual evidence. They just showed one video of some guy claiming that he is responsible for this attack. But when we saw the video of that guy that was happened after the attack, this guy was like wearing a cloth over his head that looks like from Emirat, UAE, United Arab Emirates. And we know United Arab Emirates are well concerned about the growing number of Muslims in the West, especially in UK and Germany. So this is why United Arab Emirates, if they see that if the number of Muslims grows in the West in future, then they will influence the political decisions in the UK. And Israel, as a
let's
state,
do this, though.
it requires it.
Hold on. We have like 11 people that want to speak, so I have to limit the time. You've made some good points, though. I want to say thank you. If we have more time next time, I'll be happy to listen to more. Okay.
Thank you very much. So it's all conspiracies. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. The argument there I think he was making was that there's a concerted effort among the Western world to vilify people of Arab descent, to paint them as violent, to support these other endeavors that some of which may be triggered by things that are dubious at best. I'll put it that way. That's a fair way to put it, right? Okay, Nellie's back. She was here yesterday. Nellie, good to hear from you. And what's on your mind? I think I unmuted you. Yep, you're unmuted. You cut out. I don't know if you can hear me. There you go.
It's kind of why. I didn't know if Miss Penny was still in the comments, but I heard you talking with her earlier, and she did bring up that she was reading in the Bible some things about why she had a view. But when she has time, if she would read Revelations chapter 2, that should explain what is going on. I hope she's still in the audience. And also, I wanted to ask you, Chip, what is it that you think that us as the civilians can do to change the situation for the Palestinians? Because I have been racking my brain trying to come up with a solution. And I know I'm not going to be the one to actually, be able to conduct this solution. I know it's political, and but I'm hoping that there's somebody out there that I might say something that has those powers, that knows people that can make a change for the Palestinians, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a big hill to climb. Let's look at the landscape and think about it. So with the U.S.'s support, obviously they're the strongest military / political entity in the region. Somebody's got some noise going on. Is that you, Nelly? Let's just keep that mute while I do that. Let me see if I can keep that down. Just a sec. There we go. Okay. So look at what quote unquote people who want to do that are up against, whether it be civilians inside of the territories or Gaza, or more militant or whatever, or even people outside like you and I. Look what powers are in place right now. So mostly it's the United States, which has physical force in the Mediterranean with an aircraft carrier, more troops being deployed. We've just heard another 10,000 troops. They're going to be on standby. Who knows how many may be going in and accompanying different missions. So that's a big power structure, plus the money and the munitions and the military support, as well as the political support within agencies like the UN that would otherwise be able to counter what's going on here. We're seeing this action taking place, these allegations in the International Court of Justice. Maybe they'll result in convictions on some or more of the counts, but they won't have a direct impact on the people being named because they're insulated from the same powers we just talked about. So what can break that? Unfortunately, in the United States, the political system, I talk about this a lot, I'm not going to get into the full diatribe, but safe to say, there's a lot of powers that have come to be over the last several decades, starting in 1980, was the big change. Corporate power has increased dramatically. I'll give you an example really quickly. In terms of the tax collections in our country, it used to be about 34% of money came from high net worth people and corporations. It's down to 6 now. So now they're paying, less than 1/5 of the taxes they used to pay. That shows you how much power has been consolidated at the corporate level. Now, what does all that money mean? Different things have happened in the United States that have changed the dynamics of what can be donated into campaigns. It's become basically a bidding process where those who have the most money can pay for stuff and get their way, unfortunately. So the constituents, the way the system is supposed to be set up is people are elected, they go to Congress, they do the bidding of their constituents who voted for them in the majority form. That's the system, right? That's how it's laid out in our Constitution. Unfortunately, that is all being co-opted, such that these powerful moneyed interests and these long-term members of the permanent establishment of the military industrial state, the three-letter agencies, the media apparatus, they have much bigger influence, undue influence, than the way the Constitution intended. And therefore, they've changed the ability of constituents to be able to change the policies like this one. So people have been calling their elected officials. They've been screaming from the hilltops, going to protests, not buying certain things, saying they're going to withhold their taxes, change their bank accounts, right on down the line. And nothing's changing, right? And it's all about scale. So just like if you're in a union with a company and you want to change your pay or you want to change your benefits or your retirement or whatever it is, you have to get together with the other workers. You have to form a group that has enough power together collectively to make a difference. And so the threat or the actual going on strike can hurt the company enough that they have to relent, right? So you're taking a power structure, which is the management and the shareholders, and you're forcing them to take some kind of action, right? That's what needs to change with regard to these power structures. Unfortunately, if voting could do it, it would have done it by now. So you have things like money is speech, and you have Citizens United, which allows unlimited money to be used to speech corporate personhood, and all these political action committees called super PACs that gather all this money from companies and people, and they're able to fund people's campaigns indirectly by running advertisements. They're not supposed to talk to each other, but you know how it is, cocktail parties and stuff like that. So the person who spends the most money wins 98% of the time. So the Israel lobby, which is a very powerful, called AIPAC, it's called the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, used to be called the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs. They're now registered as a domestic lobbying group. They don't have to pay taxes, and they don't have to name any of their sources of funds. So it's very hard to break through this. They have a system set up now in Washington where if you go against Israel, it's political suicide, basically. They've committed to spending $100 million in the next election cycle coming up at the end of this year to get rid of 7 seating Congress people who they don't like. And they're saying it publicly. Usually this stuff happens behind the scenes. That's how brazen they are with their power. They're just throwing it around. And why? Because they can. That's the direction of our country. When foreign leaders like Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel, or Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, have come to Congress, they get like 75 standing ovations. It's that entrenched. It's Nancy Pelosi said, if the entire U.S. Capitol came crashing down on the ground, one thing that wouldn't change is our support for Israel. I mean, how bonkers is that, right? That just shows you how deeply entrenched that relationship is. So the only way to break that relationship, in theory, if it could even be done, you have to shift the power dynamics. That's hard to do. Just like it's hard to organize your union members, because it may be 10,000 people, you have to get like 7,000 for it to make a difference. Imagine right now talking to your neighbor and saying, hey, we got to change X, Y, and Z, and this is how. They're going to look at you like you're crazy, right? Like, I don't want to take those risks. I don't want to spend money on that. That's crazy. I got my own life to worry about, right? So there you go. So organization, mobilization at critical mass to force the power structure to make some changes, if it's possible, would be the way. That takes time. Nothing's going to happen in the near term along those lines, obviously. So therein the status quo gets maintained until something else changes. Now, combat, conflict, that could change the dynamics, right? Force a country to change through military force. Now, do I see the nations of the world attacking the U.S. and changing? No, not right now. Something bigger would have to happen. The thing would have to escalate beyond the region and draw people in, and then that might lead to a conflict, but that could involve nuclear weapons. That's the wild card. That's dangerous as hell, right? If Israel, who claims publicly they don't have those kind of weapons, we know they do, they're not signed to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which, by the way, is a violation of international law, and the U.S. knows it, but they let it go, like everything else that serves their interests. Those weapons could be used. If Israel feels their existential, existence is threatened by whatever comes of that, these people are, who knows how crazy the people in charge might be in those circumstances to use them, right? That's the big risk of all this. Also, if Russia and China get drawn in, they're nuclear armed, as are other countries. And you never know what's going to happen next, right? And all it takes is one mistake where someone thinks the other side has fired something. If there's a sensor that goes wrong, and they determine and they fire back, well, then the whole thing, you get the idea. So it's very dangerous. Enough said. That power dynamic is very large, very hard hill to climb. I don't think it's going to happen. I would love it if it would, because there are a lot of people that are taking from the public, and it's getting worse for the average American and a lot of Westerners. And that money's going up to the very few. And that's not fair, and that should change. Okay. Next guest is C Tang.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
I was just nice to see you again. I talked to you before, but I was just thinking about the conversation with Penny. I think she was a black woman. So I was thinking like a lot of Americans like they still don't really want to think about this issue because they don't think it relates to them or they just sick of hearing it. I think the
Yeah.
best way is to talk about like George Floyd and what happened with David Chauvin. The police technique of leaning on the chest and neck until they suffocate. And I think that caught the national attention. And then you can see what happened with they were like riot almost, right? And of course, the Republicans were like saying like they're bad and all that stuff, but it angered a lot of people. And I think that technique I saw just on a page like is a technique that the Israeli used in West Bank
Is
against
it,
Palestinians.
sorry to jump in, is it okay to just let people know, most people don't know the context, so let me just quickly go over. So if you don't know who George Floyd was, he was an African-American man who the police called when he tried to give a cashier at a convenience store a fake $20 bill, a counterfeit bill, which is illegal, but it's not the end of the world, right? So the police responded. He was supposedly, we didn't know at the time, but after effects, they did a body check, and he had certain drugs in his system. I think it was fentanyl and some other stuff, which may or may not have been a part of the system. But the police responded by taking him down to the ground, and one of the officers, a guy named Derek Chauvin, physically had his knee on the neck of this guy for like 8 or 9 minutes while he was saying, "I can't breathe." And he died during that encounter. And Derek Chauvin got life in prison, as well as some of the officers who didn't step in got sentenced to some other things. I don't know the details. Anyway, that's the context.
Yeah, sorry. So a lot of Palestinians are, suffering from that, like decades of that kind of technique, right? And if
Yeah.
people can think about that and relate to that, then there'll be more support, maybe like solidarity. I think there already are. That's why when you go to an when you see an Israeli protest, like you don't see a lot of black people. But another thing is, you know how I learned that like people in Hava, like people near Tel Aviv, they were displaced, right? A lot of time they were already displaced in the 1948 Napa, and they were expelled to Gaza. So a lot of people in Gaza don't even live there originally, and they wanted to kind of like be able to return there. So I think that's part of the conflict as well. Like they are not able to return to where they originally are. Okay, I guess I have a question finally. About Trump, a lot of people, there are a small minority of people who think Trump would be a better choice than Biden when it comes to Palestinian and Israeli. I don't really buy that because he's the one that normalized relation with Israel and Saudi Arabia. He's the first one to recognize Jerusalem as the sole capital of Israel, which is the part of the reason H group was so enraged, I think.
Jerusalem, yeah.
Yes. So, but I think another thing I just thought is Trump always tend to make things about himself. When people are not talking about him constantly as a president, he'll get mad. So if all people talk about is like the G side and all that stuff, like he'll be like, I have to do something to take the attention away from all this thing, and I have to make it about me. So maybe that's why people think that he would be better. But what do you think?
Well, I think this is my best guess at this point. So first of all, I don't know for sure if Joe Biden is going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party. I think in the next 6 to 8 months, this is my best guess, he's on very weak footing as far as his health, his cognitive health especially. But he's an older man. He's 80 or something like that. He's like 81. So that's to be expected, right? And for him to be reelected and serve till he's 85, I don't think people see that as viable. Even though if they want the Democratic Party to win, that's going to be a tough sell to the public. Not to mention the fact that inflation in our country, the price of goods, has gone way up under President Biden, especially for things like groceries and basic living expenses. People are really suffering at the lower end of the spectrum. And there's more people who live at the lower end of the spectrum who vote than people at the top. Those two things alone are bad for him. What I think is going to happen because of those two variables, the Democratic Party is going to make up some excuse, family, health, whatever. He's going to step down. Kamala Harris will be president for a brief period of time. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, will be the nominee. He's probably the most likely person to replace him. And he'll have a better chance to win than President Biden, in my opinion. He's a good-looking guy. He's a slick talker. He's younger, but he's a totally bought and paid for guy. But it is what it is. So that's what my guess. Now, as far as Trump goes, if it's Biden versus Trump, I think Trump will definitely win. If it's Newsom versus Trump, I don't know. It's going to be close, but I think Newsom will probably beat Trump. But a lot of things can happen between now and then. Trump could have some sort of conviction. He might be behind bars. It won't stop him from running for president, but that may be used through the media to condemn him enough that he won't be able to win. But who knows what's going to happen there. But I know if it was right now, Trump would win in a heartbeat. He'd probably win by 4 or 5 points. Okay, I think that our guests left. If anybody disagrees, feel free to share your opinion. I think that's probably most likely. I think it's Abu Saif.
Good afternoon, Chip. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be on again, buddy. Appreciate it. So I was trying to string my thoughts together, right, for what I want to say, and I came up with an analogy, and I also want to mention something that we keep harping on the conscience of the people that caused these crises. These people who are responsible for these wars and these sufferings, they do not see the suffering of anyone, of any people, whether it's the ones being oppressed or the ones in oppression. That's not important for them. And I'd like to draw a reference to what the Secretary of State said with regard to the war with Ukraine and Russia. He said that this war has been beneficial to the United States because the military-industrial complex makes a lot of money from it, and 90% of the weapons sent to Ukraine comes from the American weapon suppliers, right? Yeah. So they don't care that Ukraine are being used as cannon fodder, and their military is totally destroyed, the country is totally destroyed. What was important was the money that was coming into the United States, to the corporations, not to the people. Right. All right. And I want to draw a relation to Palestine with this. So I have an analogy, and I hope that everyone can understand. So there's an organization where people keep slipping on the floor. People keep slipping on the floor and injuring themselves over and over. So they start mopping it up. They realize that's not helping. They purchase a bucket, but the buckets eventually get holes. They've tried to fix the pipes. It doesn't work. They change the pipes, but the material they use, it keeps leaking. And all these things are causation factors that result in the suffering of the employees. These are just causation factors. So when you have an incident or an unsafe condition, you'd want to do something that's called a root cause analysis. And when you look at the root cause analysis, it's that the management of this organization, the real problem is they don't want to spend the money to put the real good material that would prevent the pipes from leaking, because they think that it's more important to build 2 other buildings to expand this organization. It's more important to them than the suffering of 3 or 4 people who fell and injured themselves. And I would like to draw that towards what's going on in Palestine. The occupation of Palestine is not the cause of our problems. The occupation is a causation factor. It's not the root cause. The root cause is corporate and geopolitical interests in Israel. The occupation is just a tool that is used to maintain the power for these corporations, because every country, every region is governed by corporations. It's all about money. It's all about profits. So our real target is not the IDF. It's not the Likud. It's not these people. It's the people who are really behind this, because all these wars are caused by a handful of people, a few people that pull the strings, and they put people in power and authority, give them some money, give them a big title, and they let them run free to do their bidding. So in saying that, that is how we should target the freedom of Palestine and of all other oppressed regions. It's targeting these corporations that really fund and are the powers behind all these atrocities worldwide. We need to look at the root cause and not look at the causation factors. I think that we are being distracted.
Yeah, good points. Let me elaborate on that for a second. Thanks for being here. That was really those were great points, and an analogy that we can get our heads around. So this is unfortunately the way the world works. I've done videos about this earlier in when I first started on TikTok. So if you go way down in my list when I was using orange headers, you'll find one about this. But I refer to the class of people. This is an international class of people, right? Not just Americans or Brits. I call them the sociopathic serial accumulator class, because they tend not to have as much care and concern, as Abu Sif said, about the people who get hurt, or the environment, or animals, or whatever it may be, whatever harm comes as part of the process. He mentioned a really important point about the money as it flows through, who gets it, basically. So when money is allocated, quote unquote, to Israel, it doesn't necessarily go to Israel. The things that the money is used to purchase go to some company. Who are those companies? Well, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, Boeing, General Electric, General Dynamics, etc. These are weapons manufacturers and large manufacturers of equipment, both military and civilian. Now, the money that goes through these systems, when the money is being allocated for a competitive bid, let's say the government's going to buy some aircraft to send stuff back and forth in terms of government documents or whatever. They're buying it for their own use. They competitively bid it. So the aircraft people get together and they bid back and forth, Airbus versus Boeing, and they get a better deal, right? They're not spending as much. When these allocations get made, these corporations can pretty much write their own costs. So a munition, or let's say an airplane normally costs $5 million for a competitive bid. They'll charge 12 during a conflict like this. Why? Because they can, because there's no auditing that goes on. They say they're keeping track of it, but every time the Pentagon tries to get audited, they can't do it. They can't account for a lot of the money. This is why, okay? They don't want to see the fact that these excess profiteering. Now, here's the question. Who owns these companies that are making these excessive gargantuan profits because of these allocations? And they call that, somebody said that somebody said war is a money laundering operation. What they mean is the government, meaning the government has the ability to allocate funds, but who has to pay that back? You and me. So the bank account of the country is called the U.S. Treasury. That's like our collective bank account. And the Treasury loans money out, and we have a credit card bill that keeps growing and growing and growing. The interest alone on which is getting to be like $600 billion a year. It's like $34 trillion at this point. And it's going to keep growing until it has to be changed out to something else, which is a whole other story. And international finance is we should have a 3-hour talk about that. But okay, so what does this mean? The money gets recycled through the Western companies instead of getting out to the state that it's allocated to in terms of what they say publicly. So who owns the shares in these companies, right? The large investment firms like BlackRock, State Street, and then you have the high net worth individuals who own a lot of shares in either those companies or directly in the companies themselves. So something like 77% of all shares of stock are owned by like the top 6% of the country. And then everything else is kind of split up among the public. People that have good jobs sometimes have a 401k. Most people in the bottom half of the country have very little or nothing to their name other than a few bucks. And they say if they encounter a $400 expense to fix their car or healthcare premium, they're done. They're homeless. So all this money is being allocated to these foreign adventures, most of which gets cycled through and it goes to the upper class. Not all of it, but most of it. And meanwhile, nothing gets used domestically, or very little compared to that gets used domestically to help people who are homeless, pay off college loan bills, provide better health care for people, repair the aging roads, bridges, pipes, the whole nine. Right? So the people who normally need to be served by their elected officials, the budgeting process gets so messed up with lobbying and giveaways that all the money on the credit card goes to us, but the benefits accrue to the few. It's a bad deal, right? It's part of that power structure we talked about earlier. So what does this all mean? It means that system continues. It's basically a way to funnel money from the people who take the credit card bill to the wealthy. It's basically a gig. All the money goes up. And meanwhile, think of it this way, everyone's fighting back and forth. I like Biden, I like Trump, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. The kids are fighting while the parents take all the money from the kids while they're not looking, right? Pretty good deal if you're at the top taking the money, right? That's why I call them the sociopathic serial accumulators. Their addiction, unlike, gambling or alcohol or whatever, is return on capital. And therefore, whatever project, whether it be military, whether it be, energy, infrastructure, whatever it may be, they want the money. They want the return. When they talk to their investment advisor, they don't talk about anything other than how are my assets doing? And what yield am I getting on my assets? How is it growing? How can I avoid taxation through these different, gimmicks that are used with setting up trusts and, estate, all these things that get set up to be able to basically not pay taxes. They even borrow money. This is crazy. You're going to love this, right? Most people get a salary from a company you work for, maybe hourly or whatever. And then before you get your paycheck every 2 weeks, the government and the company will take money out for Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, these basic taxes, right? So, and also federal tax and state tax. So your check may be for $2,000, but you get to take home, let's say, $1,650 or whatever the number is, right? So that comes out automatically. You have no control over that unless you elect to not pay any taxes, which you can do, but then you can get in big trouble with the IRS, and most people don't manage that well, so they just let that happen, right? So the regular people pay by default. Out of their control, just goes to the government, right? And these different things. The rich people don't do that. They don't get a salary or a paycheck. They have assets, and they have different yielding, like stocks or bonds that have a yield, dividend stocks. That money is their income. And then what they do is that's usually not enough to fund their lifestyle. They use that as a way to, redirect it and reinvest it so it's not taxable. And then what they do is they borrow money from a bank or their financial institution against their assets. Let's say you have $100 million and your living expenses each year are 1.2 million or whatever it is. You borrow 1.2 million from a bank. They charge you 4% interest because you have all these assets. They can easily collect the money. It's secured completely. It's a secured loan. So there's very little risk. And these people are, they're people that have all the money. They're not going anywhere. So you live off of that. You pay 3 or 5, whatever the number is, you pay cheap interest. And that's all you pay. You don't pay taxes. They create this gig where none of the money gets taxed because they haven't sold any assets yet. It's only when you sell the assets that there's a taxable event is what it's called. So Elon Musk, for example, he doesn't pay much tax. You know why? Because he borrows money. And get this, the interest that you pay back is tax deductible. I mean, what a gig, right? If you can not have any, so they're owed money from the IRS. They get money back from on our credit card. How crazy is that? That's been going on for decades as the tax policy has changed. And then Trump, love him or hate him, he did a major tax cut on dividends and on capital gains, such that the wealthiest people got like 88% of all the tax break, and the 12 got split among the lower class. Now, yeah, it benefited people a little bit, and they felt like, oh, Trump's looking out for me. No, he's not. He's looking out for the ownership class. And most people are woefully uninformed about tax policy and monetary policy and what the wealthy class does to protect them from taxation and how they grow their assets. So, and again, I'm just a geek that there's probably a lot I don't even know. So you learn more every day while you listen to different, the stuff just makes you shake your head. Just like what you learn about what the Israelis do in Palestine. It's like every time you learn, you're like, damn, I thought, how can they get any worse? So if you have to understand what these people do, they look at the landscape of the world differently than you and I. You and I identify with a country. We want our country to do well. We want our people to do well, right? That's our mind. We want our neighbors and families to do well, right? That's not how these people think. They look at us as a nuisance. We're the workers who let their companies flourish, so they need us in that regard. And they need us to consume stuff because that's people buying the shit that they make. But other than that, they could give a shit. So if you fall out and you're homeless, tough luck. Too bad. Figure out a way. They say, hey, start a company, man. You got to do the same thing we did to be, otherwise, tough luck, right? That's the system. It's brutal capitalism for everybody, rugged individual capitalism. But when they have a problem and they overshoot their investments and they get on the bad end of a deal and the thing's going to crash, the government steps in and recapitalizes them. They don't lose a penny. That's what happened in 2008. Barack Obama did that. That's why Barack Obama had so much debt towards the deficit, because the financial crisis hit, and they could have done a number of things. They could have cut the CEO pay, the bonuses. They could have eliminated all that and just basically kept them alive. But they didn't do that. They covered all of the financial obligations. They covered all of the CEO pay, all of the bonuses, everything at our expense. So that went on our credit card that we have to pay interest and principal on. They get the money. You're starting to see a pattern here, right? That's why that's why I'm so critical. I don't want to be critical of my country, but this shit is not fair. And I've met people who benefit from this. I have family members that benefit from this. and they get on me for talking about it. They're like, listen, why are you stirring things up? Why are you gonna do that? Most of them don't even talk to me anymore because I share stuff like this. So unfortunately, the more you study, the more you learn, the more rocks you turn over, you're like, man, it's so discouraging. And again, it's the power structure that protects and perpetuates all of this stuff. So in my mind, until that breaks, nothing else will. Okay, next guest coming up. See what we got here. Hope you're enjoying this. I'll give you some more personal stuff in a minute when it comes time. Next guest.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Plum. I've been visit from angel from heaven. My code is 133. He gave me some messages. It's a politician and religion. He say to me, what you see, what you hear, just tell. I can't tell now. I was flying. You hear me?
I'm having a hard time understanding what you're trying to say. I mean, I heard 133, heaven, angels, and then I'm not following that.
Yeah, I was flying from in 2004. One angel coming to me. He start talking to me. He showed me one guy. He fly with aeroplane. One angel red. He catch him. He beat him. He take his spirit from his body. Start screaming. I say to them, "What is done?" He say,
I don't mean to limit what you're saying, but it's so down a different rabbit hole. I'm interested in anything that's unique and unusual that happens in people's lives that they want to share, but we're way off the reservation with this. So what I'm going to do is, I don't know if that's even germane, and I don't even know if that's going to get us in trouble. Sometimes what happens, just so you know, on TikTok, if things start being talked about in a way that's like literally off the trail, you get taken off for misinformation or for whatever. I just don't want that to happen. So I'm going to let this move on. I apologize for that, but that's kind of what I have to do to maintain the channel. We have next is going to be Sammy. And Sammy, please come up and say what is ever on your mind.
Thanks for having me up, Chip.
Sure.
I guess there's three things on my mind here, and hopefully they correlate together here. The three parts is going to be, I guess, if capitalism was a religion, which it is, right? Unofficially, but obviously people worship a lot of money and what it takes to get it. The other thing here is about involving, I guess what this is going to come down to is what's called the Fertile Crescent. And a lot of the things that I've been hearing on this live describes what the Fertile Crescent plan is. Are you familiar with that, Chip? I'm pretty sure you are, what the Fertile Crescent is.
Absolutely.
Right. It's one of the causes of World War I into World War II. It's this drive for the Fertile Crescent, which describes, Chip will break it down to you, the area a lot better with clearer words than I'll give you and simplified. The U.S. would not, if you go back to 2020 during COVID, and if anyone was paying attention to how the U.S. was repositioning all that metal, when I say metal, I mean its Navy and the troops and everything, that what's happening today, I believe, is still a pursuit for the Fertile Crescent. It wasn't going to happen overnight, but it's still in play. Taking the currency off of monetary, such as gold and silver and all that, that design is to basically, layman terms, enslave us, where we can't just mine our own riches anymore. It's controlled. It's obvious that with all that metal, the U.S. is not going to invest all that time and all that money to move all this equipment to the region without going forward with what its initial plan is to accomplish. The U.S. doesn't move that type of equipment for no reason at all. I mean, we've seen examples in the past with Iraq, and we've seen in the past with Vietnam and all these other moves. If you go back and do a little bit of the art of studying war and positioning, this is kind of mirrored back in WW2, where the mustache man called it the Big Blitz. And I can see that positioning happening. And so with that being said, you know, what's happening in Palestine is just like Chip says, you know, well, he didn't say this particular way, I'm going to say, but going back to where he used the example of a chess game. Palestine is just another square on that chessboard, unfortunately, guys. And I'm Palestinian, and being Palestinian, we've been involved and stuck in the middle of a lot of conflicts. Chip mentioned that earlier. With every time something happens in that region, the Palestinians get the short end of the stick. This is true, and it's unfair to us. And that alone, us being collectively punished just for political capital gains, resource control. It's unfair to us Palestinians. It does. It sucks. The Iron Dome was established during the Iraq War. That's when Israel made the big old plead for this budgeting for the Iron Dome. If I'm wrong with that, Chip, please correct me. So that's how they got their Iron Dome. And to keep their Iron Dome funded, they always had to have an enemy of threat to be able to keep that funding alive for their military. The U.S. is funding their military. Unfortunately, being American and understanding the Boston Tea Party, Samuel Adams, even what's said about, Benjamin Franklin and his involvement in France. I mean, we can go back in history and all this, but what's forward ahead of us here is about resources, and it's about capitalism, that religion that isn't called a religion. The Fertile Crescent is still part of one of the missions of this chess, that game that's happening as, territories in one world order. I know it sounds like conspiracies, but, from elders talking about it, and this still existing today. I don't see it as a conspiracy anymore, but an actual forward plan that's just coming into view year by year, decade by decade. I do fear that this may be the primer for possible WW3. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it seems like this could be the primer for that to happen. Chip, I'm a mute. If you can, put that back together for me, I appreciate that. What I was passing as a message.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning those things. So there are a lot of people who think along those lines, and that may indeed be accurate. I don't know for sure because I don't have it documented, but there are a lot of indications and, I guess, minor versions of evidence that if you put the puzzle pieces together, that may be the path that we're on. But I don't have direct evidence. There's a lot of conjecture around that. So, some people doubt that there's climate change because they think it's being used as a ruse to, control people and create more control systems about use of hydrocarbons and freedom and that kind of thing. People have talked about things like the changing of the currency. I mentioned the debt, and there's no way that debt's being paid back, right? So there's going to have to be some sort of a transition to deal with that big issue. It's too big to be dealt with through traditional systems. As far as Mesopotamia goes, the Fertile Crescent, I don't necessarily see it that way. There's a great book you can read if you want to really look at the big picture. It's actually called The Grand Chessboard, and it's by a former national security advisor for the Carter administration. Mika Brzezinski, Morning Joe, that woman that accompanies Joe Scarborough. It's her father, and a very smart guy. And I think he did one of the best geopolitical analyses. Of course, it's a little dated, but if you want to get a real idea, it's called The Grand Chessboard by Zbigniew Brzezinski. It's hard to spell. If you just type in The Grand Chessboard, you'll find it. Read that book. It's one of my favorite books on international politics. They kind of gave me the foundation for my basic understanding. Of course, there's others that you can read that are good. But yeah, he hit the nail on the head. There's a big battle going on right now, which includes the Middle East and even Russia, believe it or not, and all of Eastern Europe. It's a big battle. And obviously, the U.S. has encroached towards Russia with NATO expanding of 15 former Soviet states and others that have joined NATO, including Turkey, which was a very, very unexpected step and unusual. So yeah, check it out. And as far as the future goes, as far as what's coming, as far as restriction and maybe the wealthy class and stuff like that, all of the inertia of what needs to be more egalitarian is going in the opposite direction. We're having less equality and more consolidation of capital at the national and international oligarch level, using the institutions, the treasuries, the military to buttress that in that direction. And remember, they may be from America, they may be from the UK. They don't care who gets hurt. They don't care who gets unalived. Unfortunately, it appears this way. And if the money that costs the citizens goes on the credit card. They're getting it, so oh well, too bad. So their allegiance is not necessarily to their nation state or their homeland. Their allegiance is to capital and their class. That makes sense. It's unfortunate, and maybe you and I wouldn't be that sociopathic, but I will tell you this: I've made a lot of money in my past at times. There is something very seductive, like almost like the siren singing, that old story, that money, it changes how you operate. As soon as you start to have something, you start to think of yourself like, oh, I'm a big shot now. I'm making X, Y, and Z. I don't know what that's called, but it's definitely like a demonic force. I can tell you that because it's not healthy. Okay. Next guest is going to be, let's see here. We have Sammy. Is that cool? I'll let you go now. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you, my friend. We have Rosa.
Hello, Chip. How are you?
Good, thank you.
At the beginning, I would like to thank you for sharing the truth. And I would like to say that my English is weak, but I'll try to explain myself as much as I can. So I just want to say something that most of the people, they are focusing on 7th of October and what the Palestinian did in 7th of October, but they never asked themselves what was before 7th October and why they did what they did in 7th October. At the beginning, I would like to say that it's very terrifying how the Western and American media were able to brainwash people through fake news and repeat it over the years to hide the truth of the suffering of the Palestinian people for more than 75 years and show that Israel is a victim and not guilty of being an occupying state, displacing, arresting, and killing children, women, and men. And in the siege of Gaza for more than 17 years, and control of food, water, electricity, and the internet. This question and this answer, what people should know in the America and in the West side, I mean the European countries, they should know the truth because they are always following the media in their countries, which is being controlled by the Zionist lobby. They never know the truth because they don't want them to know the truth. But now we can see guys with ages through 18 to 35 who don't follow the media in their countries. They are following the social media like TikTok and Instagram, and they now see the truth without a third party. And now they are supporting the Palestinian people. This point, which I want you to focus on it and to let the people know the truth, what is going. So I think that people who cannot speak Arabic, they can follow the Al Jazeera channel, which they have a channel in English language, and they will know the truth for the both sides, the Israel side and the Palestinian side. We are not against peace. We have Muslim people in Palestine, we have Christian people in Palestine, and we have Jewish people in Palestine, and they were live like hundreds of years in peace, and we never had problems with our neighbors of Christian Palestinian and Jewish Palestinian until Israel occupied the land and start to give the people a hard time in their life. They kick them out of their houses. They send them to prisoner. You know how many kids they have in their prisoners, Palestinian kids?
A lot. I think it's over 3,000 children or something like that. It's very close to that.
Yeah. If you still remember, guys, Ahmed Manasra, who was arrested at the age of 13 years old, and now he is like 21 years old. They put him in, like, I don't know what is the word in English, like in a separate prison, a separate room. It's like 2 meters on 1 meter.
Yeah,
And
very
he's
small room.
yeah,
It's like solitary confinement, but in a very small space.
yeah. He spent years in this room, separated of people. He even now become like a psycho. That's what they are doing with the kids. Either they drive them crazy, or they give them, you know, like, if he is like, how can I say it in English? I mean, if they come out of the prison, they cannot be a normal people anymore. They are destroying the children there. Why we never heard about this in the West and American medias? Why they are always showing people that the Israel people, that they are the victims. The real victims are in the prisons. The real victims are the people who were bombed in hospitals, in church, in mosques, in the shelters. They forced them to leave their houses to a safe place, as if there is a safe place in Gaza. Then they bombed them in the shelters. They left the small babies alone in the hospitals, forcing all the people and the medical staff to leave them, and they were died alone. And that was horrible. While all the world is watching, while the government of USA is supporting them, giving them money and giving them weapons. We are working here in USA very hard so we can pay our bills, our rents, and we can pay the tax. And instead of getting this money, the tax, I mean, and giving us a better life here, they are sending it to Israel so they can get a better life, free medical insurance, free learning, and we don't have here this. We can see the homeless people sleeping, dying in the street. Most of us, we don't have a free medical insurance. And the other money goes as weapons to kill the innocent people, the innocent kids, women, and old men, and sick people are dying there. There is no food, there is no water, there is no medicine, there is no electricity, and over all of this, they have a cold weather now. We are in the winter. They have no homes, no blankets, no clothes. And over all of this, they are bombing them. So what I'm going to say, you don't need to be a Palestinian or a Muslim to support Palestine. You just need to be a human. We have Christian Palestinian. We have Jewish Palestinian who they support Palestine. So don't think that only Muslim in Palestine. We have all the religions there, and we were living in peace hundreds of years.
Right. Okay. Listen, you raised some really good points. I think that you have your heart, and obviously you're trying to reach out to people on the human level. I agree with you, and thank you for calling in. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, those are all amazingly good points, and I think the bottom line is this is what will solve these problems, and all of our problems for that matter, right? It's common humanity, and human beings can be either good, or we can go in the direction of not so good. And unfortunately, those who are either in that class of people I talked about, that accumulator class, who don't seem to care or have empathy for others, are different than the people like you and I and our neighbors who are just willing to drop anything and help each other because we care about, we would want to be cared for the same way, the golden rule. So, I don't know. I don't know if human beings, in recorded history, we know that there's been a lot of hierarchy, a lot of conflict, and that seems to be the nature of the human experience in most of the dominant culture. There are some indigenous communities that they go through a survival space and they sometimes have conflict with adjacent tribes, but they generally survive and they just continue to live, much like the Native Americans did for thousands of years on North America. This Western imperial mindset that's about control and domination and exploitation and more land and conquest. That's the problem. And if you go back in history, I've studied this, it's amazing. The harnessing of fire and the discovery of how to domesticate plants and animals are the two things that changed everything, along with then the discovery of fossil fuels. Those are the big three, the legs of the stool. And because of that, there's greed and avarice, and we have the ability to be both. We can be kind, we can be compassionate, we can be in community, we can help each other, we can be altruistic, not be selfish, or we can be self-serving, we can be greedy, we can be arrogant, we can be mean, we can be indifferent, we have lack of empathy, you know, all those qualities that are the worst of us. And we're programmable either way. It's all about the incentives and the culture. So somehow we got to get back to a point at our core where we don't go down that wrong path. And that seems to be a very difficult thing to do because everyone's sort of vying for their portion of control on that bad path. And I don't have an answer for that, other than try to be an example of what I believe to be is the best I can be, and for those of us the same way, and then work hard to organize each other and try to push the boat, you know, it's a big boat, try to push the rudder slightly in the better direction and hopefully get it turned around, right? That's the idea. I did want to say, if you're having trouble connecting, a few people have been trying to connect and they're not, the best thing for you to do is to exit this live, exit TikTok, restart TikTok, and then try to come back in. That usually solves the problem. Real quick, I'm going to get the next guest on shortly. I just want to mention a couple things. If you're new, you haven't seen me before, my name is Chip Barnes. I'm sort of a geopolitical buff. I'm not like an expert. I don't have like a PhD or anything like that. But you really don't need one. If you know, in the real world, if you just study enough, you can learn stuff that you can't learn in school. So, I mean, I like to say PhDs are so specialized in some little segment, they're in a silo. They don't look at the connectedness of all the different systems. I'm more of a systemic thinker. So what I try to do is to take any conflict or any political or any military situation and just try to make heads and tails of it as best I can. I don't know everything and I get things wrong. But the cool thing is that I'm not married to a point of view and I can shift accordingly if you learn new stuff, right? And that's a critical thinking quality, and I think we need more of that and need to educate people. Once you figure out some of that stuff, you need to share it, right? And I hope you'll do the same. If you're learning things in this process, I hope you'll share it. That's the whole point. Once we get enough awareness for a certain situation that needs to change, that's step one. Then step two is to put pressure on the systems that are preventing those changes based on that awareness. And that takes organization and effort and work and all these things. And we've had conversations about that before. But if you enjoy this conversation, I'm doing this full time now, maybe in a silly way, because I may have to go back and do some work. I was driving for Uber, but they've cut the wages so low that it's just not even worth it to do anymore. So that, unfortunately, I can't use that to augment my income. I'm always honest about this. I have $2,600 a month in expenses. I just put it out there. I live very lean. I don't do anything fancy. I don't even have TV. I just like to do this kind of stuff. So I'm not married, no kids. So if you do ever want to help me out, which I'd really appreciate, because I'm trying to build a big enough following across different platforms that if everybody gives me like $1 a month, I can survive. And I don't want to make money. I want to just survive. So I'm not the kind of person that will go on a trip to some fancy place because you've given me your money. That's just not how I am. But if you want to do that, I have a link tree in my bio. It's either clickable if you're in the United States. So if you go to the page where all my videos are, my home page, and it says Linktree Chip Barnes. Click on that. It launches a list. If you're outside the U.S., you have to, I wrote it into my bio, but you have to, type it into a browser, because if you don't have a clickable link, you got to do it that way. It'll launch a page that has all my social media, my Twitter, my Instagram, blah, blah, blah. I have YouTube and Rumble, to which I upload these videos, by the way. So if you missed part of this, or if you want to go back and listen to your conversation, because we all like to hear ourselves talk, right? You'll be able to go there and check it out. Usually within 24 hours, I get them uploaded, and I put the date, the day, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I do more than one during the day, so I call them part 1, part 2. And my normal schedule, just on that note, is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, from 8 p.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. Eastern. And I usually go over, just like today. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, I go from 12 noon Eastern time to 2 p.m. Today we're a little over. We've had a lot of guests trying to squeeze everybody in and continue. These have been some good conversations, right? So I don't have to do anything else right now, but if I don't get donations. I've gotten some from people, which is very kind. I appreciate it if you've donated. Thank you so much. Just one more note about that. If you donate through TikTok, which is always appreciated, they have a little gold star you can join, but they keep 70% of what you join with, which I think is a little on the high side. They can run their business, it's their company, but if I were running it, I might do it differently. So if you do some of the other ones that are on my link tree, I think I have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Zelle, and my Patreon page. And if you support me on Patreon, it's a monthly recurring fee. I know that we're all tight on money if you're somebody who has the means, but it's $5 a month. It's not huge. And I'll be creating 2 more tiers that I'm going to be doing private lives on and other private content, and you'll get access to these recordings earlier in all my other videos than anybody else, and then I'll put them like a few days later on YouTube. So if you want to do something like that, I'd really appreciate it. Any amount helps me right now, because what I'm going to do is just let you know I'm building a website. It's going to be chipbarnesonline.com. It's already reserved. I just have to get the site up, and I'm going to post everything that comes in on my website alongside of my expenses, so you'll know exactly what's happening with the donations and with the expenditures. If any extra comes in, I'm going to hire some help to help me do more of the stuff I got to catch up on, and then donate some of the money if it comes in to charities we can vote for. So we'll put it on the website. We'll put like 5 or 6 charities. You vote for them. Wherever it is, we'll put the money. So that's it. So I'm not looking to get rich off of this. Somebody just sent me $20. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. Again, I'm not a telethon guy. I don't like to ask people, but unfortunately I just kind of have to now, because it's either that or go get a job, which I really don't want to do. And I could start another business. By the way, a few more donations came in. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. I don't want to be a telethon guy, right? A lot of people are always asking for money. Wow, somebody sent me 10 more bucks. Thank you so much, everybody, for doing it. A bunch of people are doing it, so thank you so much. I really appreciate it, because it does add up, right? I mean, I have a dog and 2 cats, right? So they eat better than I do, and the dog food's expensive. It's like fresh. So anyway, that's a little bit about me. Single, never married. I live on the East Coast of the U.S. Try to do as much as this. I do about 12 hours a week, maybe 20 sometimes if we go over. And I put them up on the internet, which I think is cool. So we're going to be taking snippets from the lives. For example, if we're talking about, let's say, finance, that'll go up, or talking about the power structure, that'll go up separately, so you don't have to watch the whole thing. But anyway, so that's the plan. My goal long term is to build a media company that's based on truth, objectivity, with a bunch of people, maybe some younger people, maybe a more diverse group, and make it into a cooperative. And if you don't know what that means, we're talking about these businesses where a few people at the top make all the money. Cooperative flattens that out. So we should have this everywhere, I believe. But the way it works is, if you're working for the company, it's a democratic system. So you get to vote on what the company does. You get to rate the managers. So if you're quote unquote a member of the team, the managers don't rate you. You rate the managers. Huh? Thank you for the Lola. Thank you very much, Layla Love. Thank you for that very much. So how cool is that right now? The other thing is, you own the company. You as a member of the company, it's a cooperative. You own part of it. Everybody owns part of it. In terms of how people get paid, some executives now in corporations get like 300 times the average worker, which is absurd, right? No one needs to have $25 million a year. They're not that good. And then the average person gets paid like 40 grand, and they'd struggle to get by, right? No, in this case, you get to make 50 or 60, and the highest person in the company doesn't get to make more than 4 or 5 times what you make, the average. And that's fair, right? They may make $200,000 a year, which is not crazy for a person who can run a company, and it's reasonable, right? But you get to vote on that stuff. So every year, vote on it. If you think if you want a CEO that gets paid more, who's better, you can hire somebody, or you can keep the same. So it's egalitarian. It's a flat model. The service to the community, it's community driven, not profit driven. Now you got to make some money to pay people, that kind of stuff. But most of the workers get the money, which is how it should be, right? You're working, you should get the money, not some jackass at the top who sits back on a yacht or a private jet, right? So it's a better model. I think we should be doing it for a lot of companies. And if I can get this one going, I want to start others. So that's my game, and hopefully that's what we can do at the lower level, right? This change is going to happen from the ground up. It's not going to happen from people making better choices. Let's face it, they're in another dimension than us. So we're going to have to do the hard but necessary work to change things, and it starts with today, this moment, talking, and then starting to do that work. If you're somebody interested in being involved in that kind of a project, thank you very much for the donation. Thank you so much. Aisha Imtiaz, thank you so much. Then we're gonna have to do it. If you are excited about that type of model, talk about it with others. Hey, let's start a cooperative. It doesn't have to be me. I mean, I have an MBA in finance, but I'm just a guy. Anybody can run a business. It's just, you can go on YouTube and learn everything. So if we could get a lot of the big companies have local competition, we can underprice the units, because we have the ability to price it whatever we want, and we can ride them out of business. Wouldn't it be great if we took over all the businesses that are currently milking the public, right? Wouldn't that be cool? And you'd feel better, you'd enjoy your work more. We can give people time off, like women who need time off for child. Go. we'll cover you, right? Just be human beings, right? Okay, that's enough. So really quickly, I talked about my schedule. On my Twitter page, if you go to my Twitter, which is available via that link tree, that link in my bio, my Twitter page is just my name, Chip Barnes. At the very top, I have a whole group of people that I've learned from over the years, like great people that I've found. People like Shahid Bolson, who's awesome. People like Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal, Kim Iverson, Jimmy Dore, just good people down the middle, as far as I can tell. Go check them out. I have a list of like 35 names and then a bunch of YouTube channels. And you'll be amazed. You're like, damn, how did I not know about this? And every once in a while on Twitter, someone will tell me one that I go check out. And I'm like, okay, this is great. I'll add it to the list. So I keep that updated. So there's a resource for you. In my link in bio, the link tree, you'll also see in the middle section some groups that I've created on Telegram, which is just a little texting app, private messaging. Check those out. You'll be amazed at, there's one about Palestine, there's one about other general political stuff, geopolitics, different, like we got the Congo, we got the Ukraine situation, we got Darfur and Sudan, all sorts of cool stuff, right? Check it out. I like to study a lot of stuff, and we have great people in there. So that's a little bit about me and my background. Of course, I fought in the Gulf War as a soldier. I was an officer in the U.S. Army back in 1990, and I learned about the Israel-Palestine thing in 1989 before I graduated college. So I've been at this for 34 years. I've always been an advocate for the oppressed. So in this case, it happens to be the Palestinian people who are oppressed. So I'm against the oppression. People always say, geez, why are you so against Israel, man? Why do you hate Jewish people? I don't. None of that crap. This could be Ethiopia occupying its next door neighbor, Eritrea. And I'd say the same exact thing, even though the players are different. Who gives a shit who the players are, right? It's the power dynamics. So again, for those of you who are trying to come in, I'm going to go about another 30 minutes because I got to go do some stuff today. I got to pick up some medication and stuff like that. Julie and user 448, etc. Try, maybe you already have. If you've exited the app, you can probably make it in. I've tried to get you in here like 5 or 6 times. Let's see if it works this time. And if it doesn't work, please exit TikTok, come back in, and we'll do our best to get you in. Okay, let's go to our next guest here. We have, what does that say? Lanan Las? I can't really spell it right, or say it right. What is on your mind? By the way, thanks again for those of you who donated. I really appreciate it. Okay, that person's not checking in. Let me try one more time with their microphone. Okay, I'm going to go to the next person. I'll leave you up, though. I'm not going to take you down yet. Let's go to Palyak.
All right, how you
doing? Hi.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how this usually goes. Do I would just ask you a question? I mean, I got a lot on my mind. You said a lot,
Yeah, I usually talk a lot. Sorry about that.
No, I was just trying to keep track of what you said. I didn't get I didn't jot everything down. But, first thing that's coming to mind right now is, what are your thoughts? First of all, I agree with who you listen to. I kind of listen to them as well. I get a lot of information.
Cool.
I'm surprised you mentioned Mr. Bolson, but that's cool. Yeah. No, I'm just curious as your thoughts since you're a veteran. Do you think that the foreign policy and all these foreign wars, is that helpful in the security of USA? Or is it just something like part of this grand chess game, like you mentioned?
Well, it depends on which angle you're looking at it from. So let's give you an example of a couple things. So let's say the Ukraine war. Let's just take that one example. And the person who called earlier mentioned that everything has its own interest. So we'll talk about this first. So normally there are two things. Yes, the nation state itself does have some strategic interest for its own reason, its own nation state driven stuff. But what influences those interests oftentimes is not just that, but the people that stand to gain from that in some way. So it's always a combination of the two. And sometimes there's an objective militarily to be able to get an outpost, for example, or more military presence in a region for potential conflict or keep the peace and protect the interests. Or sometimes it's specifically just for economic reasons. So in Ukraine, why does Ukraine matter to people? Why does it matter to the U.S., which I don't think it does? Why does it matter to the oligarchy? How do they care? First of all, there's tons of corruption in Ukraine. It's one of the number one places in the world where money gets laundered. You wouldn't believe it if you went through it. It's crazy. On top of that, so it's like a place where you can do your business. But secondly, Ukraine has been used as a proxy to try to degrade the Russian military. Why do we want to degrade Russian military? We're trying to draw Russia into a war, the leaders, I should say, not us, so that they'll destabilize the country and somehow politically depose or remove the current head of state, Vladimir Putin. Why do they want to remove the head of state? One, they don't like him because he's not very friendly to the West in terms of policy, but he's more conciliatory than you think. The portrayal of him in the media is absurd. It's just rank propaganda. Now, is he a cookie? No, he's not a cupcake. He's a tough guy. Does some things to maintain his power. He's been in power for a while, so you have to do some stuff to stay in power. But he's much more conciliatory than we're led to believe. Why do they want to get rid of him? Because the U.S./oligarchy, the corporate oligarch, I've talked about this rulership class, he won't let them in. He won't let them primarily just exploit the resources in the region. And Russia is incredibly rich with resources. I mean, it's off the chain between natural gas, oil, timber, all sorts of metals that haven't even been mined yet. It's like they're just licking their greedy chops to get into this stuff. Their goal is to divide up the country into multiple Bantustans and then come in and make it politically untenable for them to work together and then take their shit. That's basically the bottom line. So the question is, how do they accomplish that? It's a process. It's hard to get rid of a leader when they're firmly in place and they have allies with which if you attack one, you're going to draw the others in. So unlike a weaker leader like Gaddafi or Saddam, they didn't have huge alignments and backings of military and politics. Russia does. So it's a harder game to play. Putin is working very hard within the BRICS nations to align with China, Russia, South Africa, and a number of other countries, including Iran. Then they're moving apart from the financial system, and they're moving towards a separate system that's gold-backed, so it can't be inflated like the U.S. system. And that's obviously a big threat to our dominance in terms of our leadership in our country. So that's what's really at play in the big picture, is the fragmentation of the different countries that are breaking away from the U.S. domination and are trying to create an alternative financial system, including keeping the oligarchs out who otherwise distort and mess up the politics of all this.
Yeah, no, I understand you. So if I could just summarize, it's about the money and the interest, just wherever the dollar goes. That's kind of what you're saying.
Not just the dollar, also strategic as far as military bases and agreements and allies.
Well,
if you think of it this way, if you have
interject just real quick. So if it's more than just about the dollar, don't you think the public image, worldwide, international image is also of importance when you're saying you want to stretch out in all these different countries? For nearly maybe 80 years, USA has been involved in kind of the majority of international wars. So to return to my original question, is it really the best maneuver to continue to make enemies across the world? If we look back in history, all empires kind of fell down the same path. They got arrogant and they stretched out too much. So do you think it's really, and speaking as a USA citizen, is it very beneficial to us to continue to stretch out on all these foreign wars? That's kind of where I was headed.
Yeah, sure. Well, remember, for the rank and file person in a country, I call that the general population.
Yeah.
There's not as much consideration for the welfare and benefit to that group of people. Now, and as far as terms of reputation, if you have the military prowess and the political strength to overcome the reputational issues, then it's no big deal. But it may be changing and shifting based on the fact, if you know how the U.S. operates, most countries work at least somewhat cooperatively with the others on trade. They might disagree on tariffs and stuff like that. But what the U.S. does with respect to its hegemony of the financial system is it uses its position of power to dominate and punish others who don't do what it wants, and leaders who aren't compliant with the entry to their country for resources and commerce and military advantage. Same thing. It's carrots and sticks. They go into a lot of countries. Their goal is to get a compliant vassal state leader who will allow these things to occur. Much like Yeltsin, the guy who was in charge before Putin. They had a sweetheart deal where these capitalists were going in and basically taking stuff at will when they transitioned from state-owned to privatization. But when Putin came in, he stopped that crap because he realized they were pilfering his own country. He's a staunch Russian nationalist. That's why they hate his guts. Look back at the newspaper clippings from 2000 to 2002, and you'll see these wonderful glowing reports about how great he is and how he's made the great transition. And then 2003 and on, when he didn't support the invasion of Iraq and he started putting the wall between the oligarchs, not so much. And that's when he's been vilified since then. So in terms of interest, this is how you have to think. It's different than nation. It's not the nation. It's not even the government. It's the oligarchy and the military machine that pushes itself around the world. And these issues about, listen, countries have their interests first and foremost, as well as the leaders of the country. It doesn't necessarily worry about the welfare of the people of the country. Now, there are some times when leaders get in that do care about the lead, like Putin and the guy in leadership in Cuba and the leadership in Venezuela. They're working to help their population in addition to keeping themselves in power. The oligarchs don't want that. They don't want a dime. Just like in our country, they don't want a dime going to the people for welfare and fixing homelessness and rebuilding homes and building infrastructure. They want money for the oligarchy. They want us to take the credit card bill. They want them to keep the money. It's the same thing everywhere to some degree. Leaders that are staunchly against that, because they have some principles, are taken out of
Yeah,
power.
no, I don't disagree with you on that. I would refer to it as an oligarchy, and many have for some time now. USA hasn't very been democratic for a while. So that's kind of what I'm saying is like we're headed down this path. That's why I'm just like, that's kind of what's going to ruin the republic, don't you think? Like it's kind of what the founding fathers came out to avoid.
The republic's already ruined. That's not even at stake. So there is no saving it at this point. What we're in late stage empire and late stage capitalism. So the trajectory from here on out for the populace is going to be downhill. There is no other way out of it, in my opinion. There is one way out of it, but I think it's unlikely to happen. I think it's probably impossible to happen. We have a predicament, not a problem, because there's no solution. Like the Titanic, remember Titanic started to take down water and you had lifeboats for a third of the passengers. That's a predicament, right? You have to make some very tough decisions. Same for us, late stage empire, China's coming up, Russia's coming up, Iran's coming up, India's coming up. We're on the downslope. So our days are numbered at this point. On a sinking ship, you have people that are trying to fight to keep it afloat, which doesn't work. And then they use whatever tools they have left to lash out. And we're seeing some of that right now, the beginning stages. So there's choices, but the U.S., rather than assimilate as a lower status like the British did into the other group of nations, is trying to fight its way out of the inevitable. That's how I see it. And so therefore, listen, things are only... The idea of kids having it better than the parent, that's gone. Forget that. That doesn't exist. It's never going to exist again. Because once people go away, the dollar is going to lose its status, and then everything gets more difficult. Imports soar in price. People won't take our money outside the country, and our money is going to be way less valuable. It's going to be a very tough time. The average standard of living in America, in my opinion, in 20 years is going to be probably 40 to 50% lower than it is now.
Yeah, I'm actually interested. You said there's probably one option, although it's futile. I'm interested in hearing what you're trying to say.
Sorry about that. Yeah, the only option is, I talk about this all the time, so I'll try to be quick with it. So we know what a union is for a company, right? You have the power structure, which is the owners and the shareholders, right? So you're vying for a better deal as a worker. You go in individually, or a couple people go in the boss's office and says, hey, I want more vacation time. What do you say? Guy says, no, get out of here. You're an idiot. Go do your job. Then you say, hey, I want some more pay next month. I need a raise at the end of the year. I did a good job. Nope, sorry, suck it up. We'll give you 1%. If you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Now, you get together with your workers at the water cooler, and eventually you start talking to each other, and you start to think about organizing, because collectively you have strength. One stick, snap. 10 sticks, can't break. So you got to get together with your coworkers and form a union, which is a powerful structure of a multitude of people with together, and they have power. Separate, they don't. How does the union work? Well, the union doesn't go in one day and say, we're going on strike. The union tries to negotiate as a whole, instead of individually, for concessions from the company that benefit the workers, right? Now, if that doesn't work, they then threaten to go on strike to get those same things, which was what UPS workers did. And then if they still can't get the ownership to budge, then they go on strike and try to use their collective power and their labor and their numbers to force the company to concede on certain levels, whatever the eventual negotiation might be. Now, sometimes people go on strike and the company like Walmart shuts down the whole damn store, because they'll do anything to avoid giving the labor the ability to organize and have concessions. Other companies relent, like UPS did. The UPS workers got amazingly good pay and better benefits out of the negotiation because their profits were at record levels, and the workers said, hey, we need our share. If you're going to make all this money based on our backs working overtime, got to pay us. Come on, dude. So they got a much better deal. Good for them. They deserve it. So they're providing value to the world, and they're doing a good job at it, and they deserve to get paid fairly, which is what happened. But a lot of times it doesn't work out. In the meantime, if you do go on strike, everybody can't afford to pay their bills if you're not getting paid, right? So that's why they have what's called the union fund. It's a backstop for people who otherwise would struggle and fall out and couldn't. So if you say to somebody, hey, organize with us, give us 5% of your paycheck every month, and we'll do things if we need to in the future. A lot of people are going to say no. I don't want to spend that money. But if you're getting screwed at the time somebody asks you that, you're more willing to say sure, right? You're more apt to do something. So same thing in the human. Let's take that writ large, right? Let's just expand that thinking. What is the ownership structure? It's the powerful. It's the oligarchy. It's the national security state. It's the high net worth people, the corporate institutions that control the flow of money, as well as the special interest groups that are, Israel, etc. Those are the people that are running things. Let's face it, right? The people that come into the system, they're the operators. They're the puppets underneath the puppet master. They're the dancing dolls on the marionette stage. And meanwhile, there's a wire going up to somebody who's really holding the thing like this and going like that. That's what's going on. So if you put different pieces on that stage, the wires don't go away. They're just a different doll on the same damn wire. How can you get past that? You got to break the wire in the person. You got to smack the person's hand and get the wire out and get that person off the stage, right? That's what needs to happen, if that makes sense. Until that happens, and what will make that happen? How do we smack the hand, right? And hopefully non-violently, right? You want to just dismantle the wires. And then you can bring in good people and they can do good things. So how do you do that? Well, what happened with the company? Why would the company react to the workers doing something, right? They organized. So now they have more power together. And therefore, if they put pressure with threats of actions that will disrupt things for the people who otherwise would make their money, that's why they care, right? They want to keep the game going. They don't want to disappoint their customers. They want to make more money. So therefore, you got to do something. The shareholders say, listen, just figure out a deal because we're making no money with no workers, right? Same thing with the power structure. If they're not getting what they usually get out of something, because the people in the country have stepped up, organized, and said, hey, here's A, here's B, here's C. We're not going to let you do this anymore, and we're going to go to B and C if you don't stop or change some shit, right? And they say, F you. Like the worker, the one person who went into the office, they go, okay, then they start doing B. And they still don't change. They're like, okay, we're going to C. Now, what is C? C would be something like holding your labor back, not paying taxes, not buying anything other than absolute necessities, having a general fund underneath of people to help them. Otherwise, they're not going to be a part of it. But what would motivate them to do this, right? First, they have to be aware of the problem. The workers have to talk to each other, which is us right now. Then what do they have to do? They got to belly up some money to build that fund up for people that if they do participate, there's a way to survive, right? Otherwise, people who aren't going to survive aren't going to be a part of this. Like, I got to pay my bills, dude, my family. I got to handle that, right? But if they're getting screwed badly and they're angry, then they're more likely to say, F it. My family's already getting screwed. We're going downhill. I'm more likely to be involved, right? Makes sense, just like the worker. We talk about that. Now, what else? If you're a worker, you picket, you walk outside and you picket in front of the company to raise awareness and to slow down the company, kind of like just, tell the world. Same thing with this. You got to get more people involved. You have to have scale to make a difference. We had 400,000 people in DC this past weekend, which is great, but there's 339 million people in the country. So what percentage is 400,000? It's a teeny sliver of a huge population. They don't care about that. Doesn't affect the money coming in, doesn't affect the commerce, doesn't affect shit. It might make them, get some noise, but it's noise outside the office. They're just doing their thing. So what really changes things? Interrupting the flow of commerce. What can people do to do that? Well, you got to take some risks. It's called civil disobedience. And we've seen instances of it recently. We saw some people in Los Angeles blocking the freeway with cars and people. We've seen people doing it in New York City. They blocked the New York bridges coming in from the different boroughs, and they blocked the Lincoln Tunnel where you can get in from New Jersey. So that's physical blocking, using your numbers and your bodies to literally block shit and say, listen, we need a different outcome. We're going to stay here until you do something different. Those are the steps that could be done theoretically to allow something to change, that would put enough pressure that would come to bear that's significant enough at scale. So let's take a movie, for example. Let's say I want to write a script for a movie. Let's say, okay, in this movie, these people in a certain country are not liking the direction things are going. Not only foreign, but domestic, right? They're getting the short end of the stick and bad shit's being done and money's being spent that they got to pay back that other people are making. They're like, fuck this, we're done. And I think people are there. A lot of people are there. They're just sick of choice A and B and nothing changes, right? This sucks. Because the big people have paid off both, right? They got it locked up. It's heads they win, tails we lose, right? If you don't realize that, that's what's going on. So if you're wondering why every time you go to the polls and things don't change, that's why. Okay, so how do you fix that shit? Well, you tell people this is what we're going to do if you don't do that, right? This is what we plan to do. You have to have a distributed leadership. So there's no one person or group that can be like taken to jail and then the whole thing breaks apart. You have to have leaders everywhere. You might have thousands of people in different cities and countries that have a blueprint that's similar, that says we're going to do A, B, and C, and we're going to do it all together. I'm in this city, you're in that city, we're going to do it. If things get to the point where it needs to happen in order to do this, we're going to keep a fund so people who otherwise wouldn't participate they can survive. Even if they're not that bad off yet, they still might embrace it emotionally and want to be solidarity. But we've got to raise awareness first and organize that. And then you talk to people, you negotiate and say, hey, listen, we're not happy with how things are. This is unfair. This is what needs to change. You have some common outcome goals. So let's take an example. Maybe in the company, better pay, better vacation, maybe care for the mother. She has kids, she keeps her job, whatever. And maybe, time off or whatever the necessary things are to make it fair. Well, the goal of this might be no more money in politics, no more corporate personhood, no more Citizens United, which allows unlimited money to flow as speech into these political action committees that 98% of the time fund the winning candidate. That's all money coming from the oligarchy, right? They control it through these vehicles. Those vehicles have to go away. Gone, done, finished, illegal, right? So that their avenues are cut off for control. Then we have to have fair taxation. You can no longer borrow money on your assets and pay 5% to a bank and not pay any taxes. If you have a $500 million pile of assets, you're going to be taxed on your wealth at a certain amount, and it can be adjusted if your wealth shifts with stocks, whatever, and you figure out something that's fair and reasonable, but it's more fair to the whole group, so that it's not just the regular people having money taken out of their checks. That's an example. So fair taxation policy. I think everybody can agree on that. No crony capitalism. And no more using the excuses to go these foreign wars and spend hundreds of billions of dollars that's desperately needed at home. Stop that shit. Get along with people. If we don't maintain a position of huge power, so what? Trade with people, but the people at the top don't want that. So now you're understanding what would have to happen. I'm not saying it will. That's the script in the movie, quote unquote. But if that were to happen, I don't think it will happen, and I'm not even saying it should. I'm not promoting it, but I'm laying out a pathway that is. You asked what's the way through this. This is my opinion, and that is the way through it. And let's just give an example of how that might play out en masse. We saw the Canadian trucker protests. If you remember, a bunch of Canadian truckers didn't want to have to take in the arm, and therefore they went on protest because it was being mandated for their work. And they're truckers, they're by themselves in a truck, for Christ's sakes. Well, they blocked a major bridge between the US and Canada. The Canadian government, in response, this is the repression or the pushback, they locked up all their bank accounts. They froze and took their assets. They couldn't spend any money. It was like they just took their shit. You're like, well, how can you? That's not democratic. Yeah, you're right. That's authoritarian. So you will see if any of these things were to happen, you're going to see some sort of strong response to repress the potential. Just like Walmart were to close the store to completely put the kibosh on this movement, things like that are going to happen. Maybe a lot, maybe worse. Maybe people are going to go to jail like we saw on January 6th. A lot of people got punished harshly, more so than you might have expected. And that's a potential type of movement, although I think that was a little bit off the trail. But you get the idea of how the dynamics work. So, for example, let's say that this gets out of control crazy. So you have every city in the country, every town in the country, everybody's doing it. Like everybody says, fuck it, we're going to work on this. We're going to put aside the left-right divide. I don't care if you're a Trump or I don't care if you're a Biden person. We're going to work together on these few things, and then we'll figure out the fight later once we have representation that's real. So you say, okay, we'll do it. So you have, let's say you have 20,000 community leaders, and you have a backup and a backup and a backup in case anything happens. You start doing shit. Go out and block the town hall, block the port, block the bridge, block the road, block the blah, 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 blah. And you don't spend money. So that you draw down the economy of the people who make the money. You stop commerce, the circulatory system. Again, it locks up the system. What are they going to do then? They can unalive everybody. They can try to jail everybody, or they'll negotiate and give. And they may not even do I don't know. I have no idea. But the bottom line is that I believe is the only way, given the power dynamics, that anything could possibly change. Not that it will. I don't know. I'm not a soothsayer. But I've thought about this for 25 years. I've been thinking the same thing for all 25 years. I'm like, I've looked at all the options, and none of them seem to have efficacy. Now, if there's a way we can vote through it, if there's a way we can vote through it, great. I'd love to see it being done through traditional political means, but I don't see that changing given the power structure just doesn't allow for it.
Oh, yeah, that was loaded. I appreciate you. Thank you, taking your time. That was some good information. I just think some people say, losing all hope is freedom, but I still try to remain positive. Maybe we could do something to get back on the moral high ground, because unfortunately, I think it's been lost. But yeah,
I don't think we ever have. Frankly, if you study American history, we never had a moral high ground from the
Well,
beginning of the country.
yeah,
Never,
from the
never
maybe
had.
not the real history, but from the stuff we learned as kids and stuff.
No, it's all a story. It's never existed.
Yeah. Hey, but yeah, I appreciate you. I'll just listen. I'll give someone else to speak. Thank you.
All right,
Talk
sounds
to you
good, man.
later.
Thanks for the good questions. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I'd like to be able to paint a rosier picture. People always say, well, what do you think's going to happen then? What's going to happen? What do we do next? It's up to us. We're either going to act, and I'm not trying to put pressure on anybody. I mean, it's obviously a tough decision to participate in something, anything near this, right? Even to strike in a company is a lot of pain and suffering, much less something like this. I don't think it's going to happen because of the American tendency to not think about that activity. They want to see the traditional path that they've been told their whole life. This is what you do. This is your civic duty, blah, blah. So people get caught up in that. Look what's happening on TV last night, the Iowa caucuses. All the major networks are going, it's a pageantry. George Carlin said this. You have no power. They hold the power. They control you. You have no freedom. That's what he's talking about. And listen, that sucks, right? That really sucks. And it's happened slowly but surely over a lot of years. It didn't happen overnight. Changing it's not going to happen overnight. A couple things that could cause a major difference, obviously a war. If somebody were to attack our country or bleed us out in some sort of foreign militarism where we get really hurt by it, there's a possibility things could change there. Maybe another country puts pressure on the United States. Could be, probably unlikely. Or there could be attacks on the homeland. That would be a big difference, right? They'd be drafting people. There'd be a lot of unrest, a lot of anger. But usually people mobilize for that if it's attack on you. So that would slow down an anti-establishment movement, right? But nuclear strikes would change everything. That would change everything. Or a major, major financial crisis. If there's an international freeze up of the financial system that causes the stores to close for weeks and weeks, nobody has food, that's going to cause a lot of mayhem, right? Yeah, it's a big club and you ain't in it. Exactly, Kathy. If you type in George Carlin, it's a big club and you ain't in it, you'll see the piece that he did. He's a genius, by the way. He passed away. By far my favorite comedian times 1,000. Like, he's just a genius. And he got it. He understood it from the inside out. He knows it up and down. Everything from top to bottom. Environmentalism, politics, the whole nine. He's a genius. So anyway, that's interesting. Okay, we got the next guest here. We got, let's see if we can get Lon Loss back on here. Sorry, I know I'm rambling, but this is stuff that I really enjoy talking about. Yeah, people will say things like Chip for president. Trust me, I wouldn't survive for 5 seconds. You think John F. Kennedy had a bad day? Mine would be way worse. Okay, we have Kitty 119222, whatever. I'm not sure. See if they're available.
Hi, how are you, Chip? Thank you for inviting me to your live. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You have spoken so much about so many things, and they were all accurate. I was going to tell you about, you said that if we had any pressure on our country, I think we do by what Israel is doing. I was going to talk about that. I was there for a while, okay? They themselves in Israel are struggling with their economy. They're losing the PR. They are mandatory making the people of their state give up a day of their paycheck. Mandatory. It's not like, can you please, okay?
That's to fund the military effort. And they've also cut some services too to fund that.
Exactly.
Right?
And other than that, the attack recently, I have learned actually not from the news, actually from the people in the West Bank, that friends I have and people, that they are attacking the West Bank actually for its wealth. The banks stealing gold, money, finding like people with safes in the house. And you said that, we're helping them. We're helping them, and it's all about money. Yes, Palestine is a very wealthy country, very wealthy country. Even the fruits and vegetables, the wealth come from the land. That all has in the past been distributed under the Israeli sign, not under the Palestinian sign. But I ask you, is it worth it that now we are struggling and we are suffering because of this war that Israel had decided to wage and involving the United States of America in it? We are losing along with them. They're becoming a liability to our country. Also,
have been for a long time.
Okay, they have been for a long time. Okay, but now even worse. I mean, is it worth it what we're doing? I mean, they want to become the greater Israel, okay, on the expense of the United States of America. And the other day I was on a live where some Israeli was saying that America had nothing to do with their success, and they trained the American soldiers to become the great that they are, you know, and I'm like, you're even ungrateful about that. What you don't like America, you don't like anything that America stands for, but you want America to fight your wars for you and give you the greater Israel you're looking for. Okay?
Yep.
So when are we going to wake up, if we ever wake up? Everybody's saying, you know, Biden, Biden. I voted for Biden. I'm a Democrat. I believe it in Biden. Biden came as a breath air to America after what Trump did. Okay? I voted for him. I fell to the ground when he won because Trump, well, I have personal reasons. My father was one of the first to die of COVID because of what Trump was doing. Okay? And the only thing that that Biden did wrong was surrounded himself by the Israeli. All his cabinet, if you look at it, it's them. So in my mind, okay, he has tied himself up because they're the ones who are taking the decisions. Okay, I hate to say it. I hate to sound like that. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that person.
Can I jump in and ask you a question, Kitty? Because I think you've asked a question like, why isn't the country doing more to kind of preserve our sanity, our future? Because this is causing us a lot of problems. So let me ask you this: what do you think would motivate the governing structure of a nation state to continue down this kind of path? If they're doing something on behalf of another country, why would that happen? Like, who would need to be in the country to cause that to happen at the leadership level?
It's the Zionists. For me, it's AIPAC who's putting the pressure on us to do what we're doing. Okay, but when are we going to when are we going to end this occupation of the United States of AIPAC and realize that what we're doing is demising America? America's the smallest of age country in the whole world, but the most prestigious and strongest. But we've made them more stronger than we are. We have given them power over our government, our lives, our wealth, everything. And for what? That's the question. Okay, AIPAC, I give it to you. Granted, it's a power thing, but why? What are we gaining? We're saying, Chip, you said before, it's all about money. It's all about this, but we're losing more money. They're losing money. Okay, so where is it now? What is the stand?
Who's they you're talking about? I mean, Israel?
Israel is losing money. Israel is losing everything. They're looting.
But guess
basically,
what?
Chip,
But
looting.
guess what? In the long term, the U.S. will backstop them in any way necessary. Short-term economic woes, that may last for maybe the next 6 to 8 months. Long term, the U.S. will do whatever it has to do to support that ally, unless it's physically unable to do it. So, but you asked something is, why don't they care? The people that remember, and this is very conspiratorial, but I'm just going to say it. I've made videos on this before. I'll say it the most delicately as I can. Many others allege, and I tend to lean towards agreeing with them, that the infiltration of the United States for a long, long, long time by powerful people who have money and wealth and influence happen to come from a certain ideology, which we use the Z word to describe, and they have a heavy influence not only through the political action committees, but through the wealth and power they've consolidated through industry and high net worth individuals who are part of that same power structure I talked about earlier. They are driving predominantly, not everybody, those things through that power. There's only one way to challenge that. You're going to see more. We're going to see more of the same, no matter what, unless that changes.
That's the question. That's the million dollar question. How do we change it when they're so far? We've been warned about them. If you remember, well, I don't know how, I'm older probably than you. Kennedy warned us about them. People in higher power who lost their jobs, who were governors, who were government congressmen and senators that warned about AIPAC, warned about the control they had, and they lost their jobs. And for you to lose your job, you're worried about keeping your job but not talking the truth. I'd rather you lose your job of honesty and get people that will do something about it and not just have this heavy hand on top of us the way they have it.
Well, think of it this way. We talked earlier about the fact that you have this sociopathic class of people that really will run roughshod. They may be nice people to talk to, but in terms of their ruthlessness when it comes to money, they want money and power and control. Those are the three things people want. So, because it maintains the status quo. They don't care what harm comes to the people in the society. They care about what they can get from the nation state for themselves. That's
Okay,
what they care
then
about.
then what is it so what is it serving us? What is so good about us voting people that they if you notice, Chip, some Congress people voted a Democrat when they won, they converted to Republicans. So how do we choose these people when they're telling us something, when they get in office, they turn into something else? It's just a turmoil. We are living in a turmoil. That's exactly what we're living for. I mean, I want to vote for Biden. I do. I'm a Democrat. I want to support the party, but with what's going on, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's
I think
very
a lot of people
difficult.
do.
Unless
Well,
he
the
does
way to look at,
something. I mean, he's
yeah.
already telling them to stop, ceasefire, but they're emboldened. They're not going to listen. Okay. They're on a rampage now. Okay. But unless he really, really does something to stop them, to put a stop, to put an end to what they're doing, I don't know. I might sit this one out, to be quite honest with you, Chip. But it's like we're losing money. They're becoming a liability to our country. They're becoming a liability to the whole world. They're not worth it. Okay. They're killing our people. They're looting. I'm telling you, Chip, I'm not lying to you. They're looting people's homes in the West Bank, in the
But
banks.
remember, but this is what you have to remember though. So if the economy gets hurt in Israel, who endures that? Who endures the harm?
We do, I think, not just them. The
Hold on,
people,
no, hold on. Inside Israel, who endures the harm both in the U.S. and Israel when things get economically
the
difficult? Who
citizens.
endures the harm?
The
There you go.
citizens.
So they don't care about those people as long as they maintain power and control and they increase their wealth. Whatever the outcomes is else, that's so what? It's going to be what it's going to be. Who cares?
I swear to you, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I just think, I sit to think of myself. I said, was it worth it? Is it worth it to support them? Not just to stop them from the first day, say, don't stop, don't do this. I mean, I don't know, Chip. I just don't know. But I
So
appreciate you.
yeah, just listen to this one last point. I want to see if you agree or not. So I always like to refer to the political system in terms of the Congress and the Senate as this, okay? Because of the way the money flows and the way the party leadership operates, it's very difficult for I'll call it a well-minded person to navigate that system. So I like to call it like, it's like quicksand, it's like a muddy quicksand, okay? So let's just say for right now, we have Democrats and Republicans. They normally will win. It's very hard for a third-party candidate to get funded and get.
Absolutely.
So, but let's think of it this way. Let's say somebody's wearing a beige jumpsuit, man or woman, overalls. The other candidate's wearing a white one, and the independent candidate is winning a lavender one. And every single one jumps into the quicksand. Now, will any of them come out with clean clothing? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
So there you go. So it doesn't matter who you vote
But
for.
isn't there in our Constitution, okay, and the ethics and all that stuff, the money they're taking is illegal and they should be prosecuted for it?
No, it's not illegal. It's been enshrined at the constitutional level, such that with Citizens United, which was adjudicated to the Supreme Court, where they were challenging the ability of high net worth and PACs to use money in an unlimited fashion for campaigns, the rule is division between the campaign and the PAC. But as far as limits on political action committee donations, it's unlimited. It's considered free speech, and corporations are deemed as people who can then use their free speech to that end. So the only way to change that is through a constitutional amendment, which I think we should have. But in order to get a constitutional amendment through, you have to have 2/3 of the Congress or
Right.
3/4 of the state houses, or you don't get it done. They've put the money into both to block it. So there's no legitimate path to, and they say those who make, peaceful change impossible make, violent such and such inevitable. And that's where we are.
That's exactly where, and to find out like some Congress people that I respected on the Democrat side to be on the take also and to go that way. I don't know. I don't know, Chip. I don't know. But you know what?
Well, it's not looking good. Let's put it that way. And if you look at if you were in power right now and you kind of knew where the ball was going next, and you're kind of skating towards the puck, so to speak, what would you be doing? If you know that unrest may be coming because of these dynamics worsening for the public, what would you be trying to do to prevent it from causing you problems?
I would take it out.
Well, you could do that, but then who's going to buy the stuff that makes you the money if you take the people out?
I don't know.
But what do you do to stymie the unrest? What would you be doing? What kind of things would you be thinking of doing?
I would change laws. I would implement laws that would prevent such things. I would not definitely be on a take, Chip. You know what I mean?
So
I'm
guess what?
here.
Guess what's been happening since 9/11?
What?
Those exact same things: surveillance, very harsh laws for certain things that were never categorized as domestic terrorism now are. So there's lengthy and sometimes very lengthy jail sentences for risks of doing that. What's probably coming are more controls. If you had a way of quashing dissent, and there was a way to do it through the financial system or through the biometric system or the digitization of the economy, everyone's got a phone. Why wouldn't you?
We're just going down the rabbit hole. That's all I see. I don't see us getting out of this anytime soon. I don't know. I'm just my brain hurts, okay, especially with this election. And you saw the caucuses yesterday. I just couldn't watch that anymore. I don't know.
Welcome to the club. I'm glad you're in the misery loves company crowd now. Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
All right, I got to let you go. Great conversation.
Thank
Thanks
you
again.
very much. Thank you.
Take care. Someone come back, please. Okay, we have The Voice, and then Kristen, and we got to close out. I got to take the dog out around 4 o'clock. I've been going since 12 noon. We're doing 4 hours today, so I got to jump. So, okay, let's let this person talk, please. The Voice. That's a great name.
Hey, how are you, Chip? Thank you, as usual. It's been amazing today. It's been amazing today. I mean, we've had voices that were at the beginning of their learning journey, voices that are somewhat learned and waking up to more, and then voices like yours and many others who have come in and educated us along the way even more. So I wanted to kind of stand back for a second and realize everyone is waking up to seeing the evolution of the system globally, right? To where it is today. And I hate to tell Kitty this, but this is not going to be new, right? Because no matter, it's been the same evolution of the same ideology and modus operandi for, I would say, comfortably say 1100 years. Think of it as Anglo-Western ideology inserting itself starting in the Crusades, right? And then we progress from there. Repackage it as colonization, repackage it as imperialization, repackage it as, oh, we're fighting against the dominoes of communism about to take out this lower part of Southeast Asia. Repackage it as, oh, we're about to free all these people from the Balkans because we stand for the right of the people. Repackage it any which way you want. This is the same ideology. Call it wiping out natives instead of the H group. Call it slavery instead of the Congo right now, where we're literally paying to subject people to mine minerals that we need to freely communicate with each other right here on these phones. Look at us. Look at us. We are part of that system. Right. We drive that system. So when we talk about what Kitty just brought up, which is a lot to deal with when you come to realize it all in the present, stand back for a moment and realize it's not just the present. This has been the same systematic process growing hundreds and hundreds of years. In 1100 years, you start here and you spread. And then when you discover new peoples and new riches and new corners, you continue to do it. Look what we're doing by applying capitalism, trade, and the might of our missiles to surround China. Right? Well, we've got South Korea, we've got Japan, we've got our insertions now, stronger insertions, especially in the last 2 to 3 years in Southeast Asia. Look at that! Look at that! Look at how we're drawing that semicircle. And how do we protect ourselves from the South? Well, I've got Australia and New Zealand in my pocket. I can launch from there, right? I've made stable control mechanisms in India, which I have alongside of the UK, which never really let go of their system, no matter how much freedom they declare. Okay, so we do this. We do it to the Russians. We do it to the Chinese. We don't do it just because it's pure power or good guy, bad guy. We do it because there is a methodology of keeping that upper hierarchy, oligarchy, group control that has always been there. It's 1100 years on, and people are just waking up to it being formatted as imperialism today or occupation today, or we're doing it all the time. And it comes from one place. It comes from the United States, 1776 aside, and whatever narrative we want to tell ourselves, we're a direct extension of the Anglo UK centric, Germanic centric, and Franco centric ideologies that were driven before the founding of the United States for 500 years before.
Yep, you're
Nothing
right.
new.
Spot on. Everything you're saying is. But by the way, what drove this, believe it or not, the genesis of all this, and when I read this, it confirmed in my mind that there's no chance of slowing down the train that we're on in any way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, listen, I'd rather be an optimist, but I read a book by Derek Jensen called Endgame 1 and 2. It was about 600 pages of reading, so it was very in depth. But what he talks about is spot on, and nobody thinks about this. I didn't think about it.
Yeah,
He
and, and,
talks.
and I've read excerpts from Endgame, and I apologize, I have not read the full works. But one
Yes,
of the
let me
things,
just outline it
yeah,
first. I'm
please.
happy to hear your take. So, for the audience, so the bottom line is this: some of the major changes that have occurred in human history. We used to live in very small groups. We didn't live that long. It was very slow survival. Child mortality was huge. First 5 years, huge mortality. If you're lucky enough to make it to 6 years old, you might live to 30, 35, sometimes longer if you're lucky. But predation was a big deal. Starvation was a big deal. It was rough life, right? Conditions. It was hard. But we worked together and we developed tools and we figured out how to harness fire and make tools. That was a big deal in terms of metallurgy. That was a big change. Then we figured out how to grow stuff. That was a huge change, right? We had more calories available. We didn't have to scurry around as a group and find shit. We could produce it. So that allows us to grow our population. Now, not everybody had access to all those calories. Some people had land and they grew it, and some people had more grain than the other. And guess what started to happen? Those people took positions of power, created things called hierarchy and cleavages between people. That once you got a lot of people, people didn't have direct accountability to a smaller group. If you tried that shit in a clan of 50 people, tried to hoard stuff, guess what? You're not sticking around very long. You're going to be ostracized, expelled, etc., or unalived. But if you have 50,000 people and you have guards, you can stay away from that. You can protect your excess wealth. You're hoarding, basically. Again, sociopathic serial accumulation. The very existence of these hierarchical, the genesis of hierarchy, is what's led to every single thing we're seeing right now in terms of stratification and inequality in society and even globally. It's just been taken to such a scale now that both from a power structure and from an ecological standpoint, it's an absolute disaster train waiting to explode.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, one of the points that you brought up and through a couple of different conversations with people today that um, I think might be a little bit more alarming than we realize is this: the general population locally, let's say just the United States, just from a cultural standpoint, the average guy or girl or family is just trying to get to their weekend so they can do the barbecue and beer thing, right? To think that they would allow themselves from a cultural standpoint, just, and I include myself in this, that we walk around like thinking we'll never get to any sort of mass movement that will allow any mass group in the United States to suffer some sort of discomfort to save a single Palestinian child's life. It's not going to happen, right? Because we are conditioned to put gas in our car, go enjoy our 2 weeks vacation a year, right? We're in the middle, hopefully, but most, I know single mothers are trying to get by with 2, 3 kids on $40,000 a year. So how could they give a damn about somebody halfway around the world? And those people who are in the $80,000 to $200,000 a year, they're trying to just live right next to the Joneses. They're living in that fantasy world. So we're not going to get there on their suffering, right? So we have that. But here's what's worse. As much union or as much compassion as we have to get a large union group together, here's the problem with work unions, and they're starting to solve it too. The oligarchs and the corporations, through the proliferation of software technology and automation technology. Hey, if I gotta look at what, I'll give you an example that is Tesla. Look at when Tesla started and how many people they employed to actually put together vehicles versus now where they have gigafactories around the world to put together vehicles relative to how many people they employ. If you go back and you listen to interviews, you know, from somebody like an Elon Musk, he'll say the best companies are companies that have no freaking people at all. I don't have to deal with the headaches. I don't have to deal with the insurance. I don't have to deal with your lunch break. I don't have to deal with your 15-minute smoke break. I don't have to deal with any of your complaints. You had a bad day because some Palestinian kid got killed around the world. You don't get to bring that onto my floor. Why? Because I got a robot to replace you to make cars for those people that still want to buy cars. And I'm just going to take your power base away from you because I can use automation. And from a software standpoint, I can permeate the full population by making things convenient. Isn't it convenient that you can get your McDonald's delivered? Isn't it
Yeah, let's do
convenient
this.
that it's all on
Listen,
one place? It's amazing. I'm sorry. I'll
you're
take
you're you're
dive
you're, no, you're, you're
elsewhere.
spitting truth bombs. What I would like to do though, do me a favor. In my link in bio, which is Linktree, at the bottom it says email me. So I would like you to please email me. I'd like to have you on for a extended term, extended length, either conversation or maybe even on the live together. Okay.
Brilliant, Chip. I'll make sure that happens today. Thank you so much
What's
for
your
your
real- what's
time.
your
And,
do you want to share your real first name with the audience or no?
sure. My first name is Mark with a C. That's my American name. My background is actually a little convoluted and at the same time pretty simple. I came to the United States when I was 8
Well,
from
next time,
Vietnam.
what we'll do, Mark, what we'll do is
Yeah,
during the long form conversation, we can have you lay out your bio to everybody.
absolutely, absolutely. But yeah,
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. I will email you. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate your
Yeah.
time. And
Yeah.
Kristen, wrap it up for us.
Thank you, Mark. See you later. Yeah, I mean, Mark gets it, right? He's right on track as far as I see it. And I look forward to speaking to him more about his vantage point. Okay, Kristen, you've waited very patiently. Please, what's up?
Oh, no worries. The last 4 days have been all about patience. I was wondering how the protest in DC went because I'm in Portland and we had a storm over the weekend, so we've been without power. We just got the power back. Now the pipes are frozen, so the water's busted. So lots been going on here, but yeah, no, I just had a comment slash question. I can relate to Kitty, and I feel like there's going to be so many people that are experiencing like that huge pivot change
Yeah.
that is kind of being thrust onto us at this point. I've been watching all of this stuff unfold since like Occupy, so I don't know, like
Can
quite a
you tell
while
people what,
now.
can you just tell people what that means, Occupy, so that not many in the audience may understand that.
Occupy Wall Street, and that was like roughly what, 8 or 10 years ago, and it was kind of one of the first big protests
It
that I
was, it was
remember
15,
about,
15 years ago. 15 years ago.
oh, 15 years ago. Jeez Louise.
2008. 2008. Yep.
Um, yeah, and it was just kind of one of the first big like movements or protests that a lot of people started to understand um, more about income inequality in general, and certainly in the US. And so that's when I started really like pretty well paying attention on a weekly, daily basis.
Mhm.
So this stuff isn't really new to me at this point, but there's just a lot of people who haven't plugged in yet, and this stuff's going to be, I would imagine, pretty shocking for some of them to encounter. But I think it's like really good conversations to be having. And then my other question was on Friday night, um, not long before we lost power here, we were watching the Democratic debate between Cenk Uygur, Marianne Williamson, and Dean Phillips. It was
Mhm.
broadcast on News Nation. And News Nation, at least to watch it live, you have to actually have a subscription to the TV. Um, so I got a free trial.
Mhm.
It is on YouTube at this point, but I was just wondering, Chip, if you were going to be viewing that and maybe commenting because obviously, like, we're in a pickle here, and Biden's just probably not. I mean, according to the polls, like Biden's not looking good at all. Um, but I just kind of wanted to throw that out there because we need to start talking about these other candidates because there's no guarantee that Biden's going to beat Trump. And the mainstream media is doing everything they can to not talk about Cenk and Marianne and Dean. And so, like, I know people have thoughts on Cenk. I know people have thoughts on Marianne, but like, we also really need to have a strong debate around like what are their pros, what are their cons, and like, can they at least help us through this transition until we, you know, get past some of the huge issues that we're facing.
Yeah, let me reply to that. So again, I'm not against anybody voting. Okay, let me give an example of how I see the electoral politics as it fits into the broader situation that we find ourselves in. So I'm sure everybody has at some point recycled their trash, like cans and bottles and whatever. But in terms of the ecological impact of modern industrial society and the population growth and the accompanying, energy use and material consumption, recycling is not bad to do, but it is wholly insufficient to really change the dynamics of the broader problem. Okay, I look at voting in the same way. Now, I'm actually advocating for someone for the Senate race in New York State because I like this person. I think a lot of their ideas fit into the same benefits that I think we need to achieve as people. But I'm not naive to think that, one, she's going to get elected because it's a very difficult slog to take on the Democratic Party as an independent. And two, the money. It's impossible as an independent to raise the kind of money that the Democrats, and I told you 98% of the time, the person with the most money wins. It's a locked up system with donations, special interests, party politics. It's nasty and it's perpetuating the wrong systems. It doesn't help the public. So you can do it, but your expectations need to be accordingly. And having said that, I'm going to go out and work on behalf of somebody named Diane Sayre. And she's somebody who comes from what is called the Lyndon LaRouche camp. Now, I don't know enough about Lyndon LaRouche. I know he's been marginalized. He's actually no longer alive. But he was somebody who talked a lot about central banking, which plays a huge role in this power structure, if you're not aware. So in that regard, I've listened to Diane talk about a lot of his ideas. She has a lot of great ideas that go along with most of the stuff I agree with. Now, they have some other ideas that I don't agree with about expanding industrial development, which I understand it would benefit humans, but I think it's going to cause further degradation to all life systems. So that's where we part ways, but that's debatable. I don't know for sure. Nobody knows for sure exactly when those tipping points are crossed. Maybe they have been crossed. Maybe they're ahead of us. I don't know. But I just don't want to screw the whole place up for all life. What's the point, right? Anyway, hopefully that's wrong. But a lot of people I've studied have said we're already on that track, unfortunately. So these are all long-term concerns. Listen, let's face it. A lot of this stuff is out of our hands, okay, in terms of being able to change them. But we can do what we can do. So we can vote for people that we think have good ideas. They're going to go into the swamp and they're going to get caught in the system as best they try. And they're probably not going to be allowed to get in the first place. Let's just face that. What do I think about Cenk and Marianne and Dean? Well, I think they're decent people at their core. I think they mean well. I think Marianne Williamson, she has some good ideas. I think she's on a glorified book tour. This is what Marianne does. She brings attention to herself. She has a lot of her own ideas and just different things she likes to sell. So obviously these people aren't going to get elected. Cenk runs a group called the Young Turks along with Anna Kasparian. It's like a news channel / political analysis. Jimmy Dore used to work for them. I don't dislike Cenk, especially on the Palestinian issue. He's a great advocate. He comes from a Turkish background, an Islamic family, but he's more of a moderate, more of a secular Muslim. Although I'm sure that he has leans towards advocating for Palestinians over what the Israelis are doing. So he understands the occupation and all the issues we've been talking about. So, hey, any of these people would be way better than whatever president in terms of Trump and Marianne and Bobby Kennedy. These are not super wealthy people. These are kind of somewhat regular people. Marianne's got some money, so does Cenk, but not obscene, not hundreds of millions. So they do a better job, but they're not going to be allowed to participate. They're not going to get on the ballot in some states. They're not going to be allowed to have the debate stage, la-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So the systems that are perpetuating themselves, the major power structures, the glue that's holding things together, that is what we have to try to dismantle. And it is incredibly difficult because of the consolidation of power from the corporate side, from the national security states, surveillance, post 9/11. Everything changed in terms of the money spent on national security, the war machine, and the oligarchy, unfortunately, is overseeing and benefiting from all of that. And we're left holding the ticket in the bag for it all, while our lifestyles get worse and while they implement, most likely, tools to control and limit the possibility for dissent and organization. And it's it's a pretty bleak landscape, unfortunately.
Um, yes, I just wanted to say to folks in the chat, so Cenk is addressing the issue around the fact that he was born in Turkey and moved here when he was like, I think 7 or something. But there is, I don't know if you know which amendment it is, Chip, but the way that it reads, because Cenk is a naturalized citizen, and
It's
naturalized
called
citizens are protected under
the 14th Amendment, yeah.
under the 14th Amendment, and so it says that they have all, you know, rights and protections under that amendment. So he is challenging that and is attempting to run. So it's not a clear-cut situation. It's not that he can't just run. It's just that he's the first person to do this. So there's just going to be a lot of discussion around that and a lot of people who aren't
Yeah.
aware of the 14th Amendment.
I think Cenk's not a bad guy. It's just kind of the guy you'd like to have a conversation with, and I think he's a nice person. But remember that Cenk and Anna and others, I think Anna's had a big wake-up call about party politics because she used to be supportive of the Democrats. And, you know, the fact that they let Roe v. Wade slip really pissed her off. So I think she realizes now kind of the same thing we're talking about. The problem is if you put your energies towards electoral politics, that's one less moment of energy towards this other path that I think is unfortunately much more difficult, but the only real way. But we can do things at the local level. I talked about cooperatives. You can buy things locally. You can support farmers markets. Only buy from local businesses. Start a local business. Start a cooperative. You know, only spend money on things you have to. Don't support the oligarchy. Don't support the chain stores where the money gets funneled up to Wall Street and those people on the private jet or the yacht are laughing at us. Don't fight people left and right. Talk about things we have in common, like all these problems we've been outlining. Talk about that only. Don't tell the person they're an idiot because they like Trump. Who cares?
Yeah, no, 100%. And I'm in the process of just continuing to transition into a lifestyle that more and more builds in all these things that you're talking about. And I agree with you on electoral politics. I really do. I just also like, you know, like I am gonna vote but I can't in good conscience vote for Biden at this point. And so I am gonna vote for somebody else. But I agree, like electoral politics is not gonna save us. So
Well, thanks for coming on, Kristen. I appreciate your point of view and for being here. Thank you very much.
thank you. Good to see you.
Good luck. Good luck getting the power back on. That's got to be a bummer there. I understand that. That sucks. Yeah, especially in the wintertime, right? I have electric heat in my place, so if the power goes out, I'm screwed, right? I'm wearing a jacket and a long john, just like that. Okay, yeah, grow your own food, all these things. By the way, the government is actually stopping farms in places like Lancaster, Pennsylvania, the Amish people, from doing raw milk and their own local produce because it's not quote unquote FDA inspected or whatever. Again, it's just other ways to funnel people into having to buy stuff from the typical grocery store corporate model, right? It's all that stuff in a bag of chips. Anyway, maybe there'll be more good things to point out, hopefully both in Palestine, Israel. The good news is the number of eyeballs on this, the awareness has gone through the roof, which is wonderful. Unfortunately, it's come at a very high price, but the Palestinian people are ready for a lengthy struggle. They've been doing it so far. They know it's probably not going to end soon, but the hope and the possibility is still there. And as long as it exists, the struggle exists, right? And so will the resistance to occupation. It's just common sense, right? So hopefully there can be a political solution, even though it doesn't look likely at the moment here. But more importantly, a ceasefire in the near future and getting aid to people who desperately, and right now starvation is kicking in, which is horrific, especially for children. Hopefully that can be remedied as soon as possible. Something's got to give, right? So I just saw a comment that said that Fiona Ryan, who's somebody who follows these types of things, said that somehow Iran has gotten involved. I got to check that out. So just want to reiterate, if you didn't get in today or if I didn't answer your questions, I'm sorry. Time-wise, I've been at it for a little over 4 hours. I do have to do some personal things before I get back on. I do go live, just to let you know, if you want to catch a replay of this, I usually upload them within 24 hours to my YouTube and my Rumble channels. You can find those if you go into my bio. There's a link that says linktree/Chip Barnes, and you can just click on the buttons. It'll take you there. All this stuff's listed. I got my YouTube. I got my Rumble, I got my Twitter, Instagram, the whole things everybody has, that kind of stuff. In the middle are some Telegram groups that were created to get involved. There's one called Action for Change. Action for Change. That's the stuff we're talking about right now. What do we have to do? How are we going to do it? Let's get with it, right? We got to do it. So if we're going to do it, that's how to start doing it, that kind of stuff. I'm not the only person, trust me. People have been thinking about this stuff for decades. Go back to 1968, the Black Panther, same conversation, right? Just organization is the barrier, right? So there's also some ways to donate. If you like the way I talk, if you enjoy the conversation, again, I'm not looking to beg people for money, but at some point I got to survive. I have $2,600 a month of expenses, which is bare bones living where I live. And I just got to cover that. So that's it. If you want to contribute, there's some links in the bottom to do that. I have a Patreon, so it's $5 a month, and I'm adding a couple tiers. Spend a little more, like $10, you get access to stuff early, and you get some other stuff. I'm going to start doing some of my lives only for my Patreon. So, but I'm doing lives right now 6 days a week. So if you want to come back tomorrow night, I'll be here from 8 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m., which is my Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. And then like today, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I go live at 12 noon Eastern time, usually to 2 p.m. Sometimes I get caught in these great guests and conversations till right now, 4 o'clock. So just want to do what we can to raise awareness. The most important issue right now, there's others that are important too, but getting our brothers and sisters in Palestine free from this harm, this devastation, this nightmare, have a ceasefire, get some aid in, start to rebuild and create a peaceful political solution if it's possible. That's the goal right there. So again, if you didn't get in, come on back. I do want to let you know that, there are a lot of good content creators. I talk about a lot of them. I'm trying to get people on for guests and stuff like that. If you're somebody who wants to come on, if you have a particular issue you want to talk about, my email's in the bottom of the link tree. So email me, tell me what you want me to talk about, or, if you thought I covered something today that you didn't like, or if it didn't jive with you, speak your piece. I'm open to that. So I always listen to everybody. I give people a fair shake. If you want to come up as a guest sometime, please do. I love having conversations. And if you want to see some of those resources I talked about, I'm going to create a link in my link tree that gives people, to connect with that Life in Occupied Palestine, which is one documentary you can see on YouTube for free. And then there's Gaza Fights for Freedom. That's another one, really good. And there's a really good one. It's hard to watch, but it involves one of the villages that was attacked and dismantled during the Nakba in 1948. And it shows the elderly Israeli soldiers who perpetrated those, let's face it, war crimes. And they're laughing about it. And they're talking about what they did, exactly how they unalive people. It's disgusting. But it's important to see for reference in terms of understanding those that are really allied with the quote unquote Zionist superiority mindset that do harmful things. Not every Jewish person's a part of that. Trust me. Most aren't. But those that are the most ardent have done some bad things, as have others on the other side, right? Let's be fair. But unfortunately, the balance of the problem has been from the Israeli side. Let's face it, that's the truth. So that's all I have for today. I really appreciate everybody being here, by the way, because it's, I can't do this without any supporters. So please follow me. And I have a backup account. It's at the top link on my link tree. By the way, if you're outside the United States and you go looking for this link, they've taken it down for some reason. I don't know why. It doesn't appear. But I did write it out in my bio. It says the same thing. It's Linktree with a period between the R and the E in tree. So it's linktr.ee/Chip Barnes. All you have to do is type that into a web browser. It'll take you to the same place. Okay, so please follow my other social media. I never know when this is no longer going to be here as an opportunity to talk to you. Sometimes people report it, or sometimes somebody rewatches it. They find something that we say objectionable, and boom. That's happened to me a lot of times. So follow my backup account, because that's the only place I can talk to you if this doesn't work out. That's all I got for today, though. Everybody, if I didn't get to you, I'm really sorry. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for donations. If everybody did, I really appreciate it. Love you all. See you next time, okay? Thanks so much.